Thanks for tuning back into the Minutemen Initiative, and thank you for being a listener. We really appreciate everybody out there that's been listening to the podcast. We've been getting a lot of feedback and just so much support, and we really appreciate it. It's been really cool to see something that just started out for fun, things we were passionate about talking about, but we really didn't see it going anywhere. We're just like, hey, let's do this for fun, get some good information out there. Even if it helps one or two people, it'll be worth it. And hearing back from so many of you has just been so great. So we appreciate that. And feel free to reach out and engage in conversation with us because we really like it. Getting into today's episode, we're going to be talking about handguns and some of the equipment surrounding handguns, and kind of the concept behind what kind of handgun the modern Minuteman needs. We're talking about everything from our daily carry, what we carry with us daily, throughout our lives, what we rely on, what we depend on, and all the way to something that also needs to fill the role of a secondary platform in a more dynamic environment, or in a more kind of main view of how people view the modern Minuteman. So much like we did on our rifle and episode on how to build a duty purpose rifle and then the optics and equipment that goes with that, we're going to kind of do the same thing here today with handguns. So it's a long one again. Seems to become a new trend for us, but hope you enjoy it.
Alrighty, Jacob, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing.
So we're gonna get right into this thing because it's gonna be potentially another long one.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna say it's gonna be long or short because I don't really know. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah,
but
and apparently we jinx it when we do that.
Yeah, so we're not going one way or the other. I think it's gonna be long,
and it's just the two of us.
Yeah,
we don't got any guests today, so we're gonna just.
Brown Rocket was about to just start being part of the podcast there for a little bit.
He might as well be. We have some other ones planned with him. He's too fun to do episodes with, but yeah. What are we getting into today?
We're gonna be talking about kind of a duty handgun. It's gonna be your the handgun you rely on. And kind of a Minuteman role depending on what's going on. It's either your primary or it's your secondary, depending on kind of the world.
Yeah.
And I guess that might be the first thing we want to get into, just to kind of break that down. But
yeah, I mean, we spend a lot of time on this podcast talking about rifles and setups, and we've had the last few episodes we've talked a lot about specifically how to set up a good duty rifle, a good, a Minuteman rifle, if you will. And then we've talked about some attachments, optics, different things like that. And I think it's a pretty natural transition to get right into talking about handguns. Not only is it a natural transition, but I think it's probably, in a weird way, more important. And I say that carefully because obviously I think every responsible citizens should have modern armament and have the ability to fight for, their country, for their community, their family. And but the most effective thing to do that with is obviously a rifle. I mean,
yeah,
your
capability alone with a rifle versus a handgun is far superior. So.
Yeah, there's a reason infantrymen don't get issued handguns.
Yeah,
we carry extra ammo for our rifles. That's kind of standard. That being said, if you listen to this podcast, there's a high likelihood that you probably carry a handgun every day with you. Steven and I both do. We carry every day. We do conceal carry. And as far as realistic purposes go, and actually looking at what's the platform that is most important for your immediate self-protection, it is a handgun. That doesn't mean you should have one or the other, but that absolutely means that, with the same scrutiny and the same detail that we take a look at our rifle systems, we need to absolutely do the same thing with our handgun. And I would even argue that because it's a practical use in our daily lives now, that it's something that should actually be prioritized over a rifle. I think having a good system, if you don't have a handgun that you daily carry, and specifically a handgun platform or a system. I'm using system very specifically because I think it should be more than just a handgun. I think there's some accessories that should go along with it that will make it a better overall platform. But realistically, I mean, it's something that we carry now. We live in a world, we talk a lot about things that could potentially happen and things that we're prepared for, but we live in a world now that, you could have a wild card moment where self-defense is needed. The defense of your family is warranted, and it's you. It's the threat staring you right down, staring you in the face, and you have to act now. And a handgun is one of the most practical things we can carry day to day in our homes, wherever, to kind of serve that role. And then expanding off of that a little bit, it's also, the easiest thing to conceal as far as, when you're talking about weapon platforms in general. It is probably the most effective concealable weapon system. People might argue knives and stuff like that. But knives are not nearly as effective as a pistol.
Yeah.
I mean, they're true force equalizers. You don't have to be big and strong to use one. That's why I'm a huge proponent of women carrying handguns and getting in the habit of carrying them, because, a small woman is generally can't fight off a large, strong man. And if they deploy a handgun in defense of their life or well-being, that's, it's a force equalizer. So yeah, I think going beyond that, kind of going back to what I was saying, like you start looking at, more realistic probabilities of where our society could head. It could become more, more uneasy. It could become more less secure, where people are, the tensions start to rise even more than what they already are.
Yeah, we're going out to get groceries could even be an issue, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and you're not going to want to paint a target on yourself in that situation either, right. So it's the same concept that we have now as far as concealed carrying, you conceal carry so you're not making a target out of yourself, and then also it's a more likelihood of surprise of action if you do have to deploy it, because more than likely that person that's taking advantage of you doesn't know you have it, or shouldn't know that you have it. So, and then the same concept goes to, like you're saying, if things get worse, if things get progressively worse, where people are getting mugged on the streets and things like that because times are hard, things are hard to get, people are trying to get food or whatever it may be, or even you could go all the way to like government takeover to the point that they're seizing people's guns and taking family members and all this stuff like that. Obviously, you're not going to be wanting to tote around the street with a rifle. You're going to want to try to do kind of like almost like what we did in the podcast, Lessons Learned from Afghanistan, where you're just trying to blend into the populace, but you obviously still want to carry some sort of force equalizer with you.
Yeah.
So a handgun falls into that role perfectly.
Yeah.
And it's still being used as your duty platform in that scenario, because there's a good chance you're going to have to use it still, but you're not able to carry around a rifle. Yeah. In that scenario.
I mean, if you're doing any kind of covert operations, even now we look at, more clandestine units and stuff like that operate, under concealment overseas, for whatever purpose. There a lot of times a handgun or a very, very subcompact platform of some kind is their primary system. But yeah, like I said, many times it is a handgun. It is it's moved out of that, what most people view it as a secondary weapon system, into a primary weapon system. You're not able to have a rifle. It might be a situation where you physically can't deploy a rifle into that environment. It's so hostile, like you're just talking about, where immediate eyeballs, you're going to draw too much attention.
Yeah.
And in a weird way, you could argue that we're there now. I mean, you see videos all the time of guys trying to, which I don't know if I necessarily agree with this whole thing, but all the time there's guys that'll like carry ARs around and like slung on their back. And I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to like say like, hey, legally, I can do this.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't be a problem. And there's a part of that I respect. But then the actual, practical side of me is like, that's a great way to put yourself in a bad situation for no reason other than like ego or just proving a point.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to get into all that. I think there's a level of that I appreciate, but then there's a level of that I'm like,
get yourself in like almost a Rittenhouse situation. And not saying that kid was in the wrong, but I'm just saying like,
well, yeah, I mean,
it was, I'm not saying it's provoked, but it was like,
it just ended up being a bad situation.
Yeah, it ended up being a bad situation for everyone involved. So
yeah. But I'm talking about more like, people that just do it in public, like more benign, but just kind of to prove a point, like that kind. You see videos all the time, and then the police come up and they're like, "Hey, like what's going on?" And they're like, "I'm allowed to be doing this," and it turns into this big thing.
Yeah.
But they get harassed regardless, even though it is legal. And they do always try to like prove a point. They end up getting like heavily harassed, and most of the time they'll end up being let go. But sometimes it's turned into this big thing, and usually the police that interdict were in the wrong, and it all comes to light, and that's good. But point being, the reason I bring that up is that we find ourselves now in an environment that is not accepting of rifle platforms just being out in the open in public. Now you can argue whether or not it's good that that's the case. That's not the reason I bring this up. The reason I bring it up is because this is an area, as far as hostile, like it's not directly hostile as far as like your life will be threatened if you do it, which I mean, depending on where it is, it could be, but we already find ourselves in an environment where I believe it is truly better to conceal carry.
Yeah. And especially if you're trying not to spotlight yourself, if you're trying to gather information or something like that, like doing kind of passive reconnaissance in an area, you're not going to want to be toting around a rifle because automatically everyone's looking at you in that situation.
Yeah.
So, and then even to go on past that point, if we ever did, like God willing, this never happens, but if we ever get to the point that, there's a war in the streets, why are we not focusing, like if we're carrying a secondary platform to our primary, our rifle, don't we want our secondary to be something that's incredibly reliable if you do actually have to switch to that? Like that's like kind of the last line of defense almost in that situation. Like
that's a bad
You
day.
don't want to have to switch to your secondary.
Yeah.
And we're not going to get into that super far, but I'm just saying, like, if you have to do that, you're going to want a really reliable platform in that situation.
Yeah. And I think we've mentioned this before, and I'll bring it up now, but, we get asked all the time, like, about, do you guys have battle belts? Or, like, I like to call them a tool belt because it's really, that's what it is. It's like I attribute it in a very similar way. That whole concept of like a war belt or a battle belt, I kind of compare it to like anybody that's worked construction that has to wear like nail bags or like tool bags. You put those on and you don't overload them with just crap that you don't need, Yeah. Because then you got to work all day in that, and you're not carrying like there's a small chance I might need this tool. It's like, no, you put that on there, and then if you need it, and then you take it off of there, and when you don't, if it's something specific or niche. But then you have your key things, on that tool belt. Like you're going to have a framing hammer, you're going to have a tape measure. Like you have your things that are key parts of your job that you use regularly. Well, I kind of try to use that same logic for building a tool, like a war belt, and again, I like to kind of call it a tool belt. Really think about like what tools do you need on that belt? And many times the handgun I view as a tool, as one of those tools that you may or may not need. It's probably going to be on there. Like I don't ever build a belt system that doesn't have a place to put a handgun, but I always make it removable. because there are situations that you might not need it. And running your holster system on something like a Safariland UBL or a QLS where you can actually take it on and off can be beneficial. But I think a lot of people go down this, what I view as kind of like you don't have to have a handgun. Like having a backup to your rifle isn't necessary, but there are situations where I would definitely want it. But what I will say is that anytime you don't have that primary system, that rifle, which is basically every day where we find ourselves now, or in a more specific or niche kind of environment or operation, whether it's like, like when we had Reaper on the podcast and we talked about like more clandestine movement in like a more dystopian or like a more tyrannical kind of environment, which is very possible, could potentially happen. Or like we just talked about, even if like you're in an environment where law and order is very thin, like there's a very thin barrier between people freaking out because supplies are short and losing it for no reason. It's like you better have a primary system, which is probably going to be a concealed handgun that is very reliable, robust, and capable. So yeah, that's kind of, I think that's a good thought to be, or that's a good kind of mental process, state to be in, because that's what this is all predicated on. It's all predicated on, from the ground up, I'm talking conceal carry, like all the way to it's your secondary system backing up your rifle in case you need it, or it's something you can deploy in like very dynamic environments, like if you have to enter an attic or like you're in a vehicle or something where space is highly limited, whatever it is, there's a whole myriad of reasons that you could potentially have to deploy a handgun, even if you have a rifle. But again, there's, I think, even more situations where you're not going to have the luxury of having a fighting rifle. You're going to just have your handgun. Yeah. And like I said, I think today we find ourselves in that situation daily. At least I do. I mean, I use my rifle to go train. I use my rifle to, when I just want to play with it because I like it. Yeah. Like that's like Brown Rocket, recently sent us a picture of his new build, and he's like, I've just been staring at it and touching it, so I sent it to you so you can stare at it too. We're all like, thank you. But I mean, it's like, how often do you really use your setups? I mean, you train with it, and then that's when you use it, and thank God that's the only time we have to use them right now. I mean, there's a little bit of hunting I like to try to do. Like this winter, I'll probably take it out and try to smoke some coyotes with the new Mark 12 build, because I want to. Yeah. What a cool thing to do with it!
Stretch the legs a little bit, do something unique.
It's like our handguns. We're not training. I mean, we are training with them, but I'm saying we're using them way beyond that. It's in service to what we're doing. Yep. It's our everyday carry. It is a service pistol, and I think that mentality needs to shift. And I think that's why we wanted to kind of do this podcast, this episode is to break down, hey, this is a primary weapon system for many of us. Like if you conceal carry, that is your primary weapon system. And man, you better hope that when you deploy that thing, or if you have to deploy it, that you fully trust it. It should be something that's fully trusted, and it should be set up, in every way possible to give you an advantage. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's kind of the direction we want to go with this, and very similar to what we talked about with the rifles. We're going to do the same thing with the handgun. We're going to make suggestions. We're going to talk about attachments that we think are highly necessary, and accessories or upgrades that we think are not important in this area. And it's kind of funny because the handgun topic has been really like, I want to say like almost beaten to death. Like I feel like the gun industry or this whole gun community has really beaten a dead horse when it comes to handguns. Yeah. But a lot of it's made these weird branches, and I think in a way we need to get back to the basics as far as handguns go. And there's so many new handguns coming out now, and it's like, okay, whoa. what is it for? Are handguns for, is it an accessory to your clothing? Like, is it part of, like, I'm a watch guy. I like watches. But, and I own different watches, and same kind of thing starts to happen with handguns too. I think people are like, well, let me back up.
CZ75.
Why do I own a bunch of watches? It's like, how many watches do I need? Honestly, I'm wearing the watch that I could just rock for the rest of my life and it would be fine.
Yeah.
It tells the time. It's got a date function. It's got, it illuminates at night. It's got I can track other time zones on it. It's all analog.
It's a good battery lifetime.
Yeah. It's fine. It does what a watch is supposed to do. But I've got other watches because I like watches and they're cool. And I have different watches for different things that I'm doing. And, some watches I just buy because I'm like, that's sick. It's a cool watch.
Which I'm not saying that, and I don't think you are either, that you necessarily have to be that way with a handgun. Like, you don't have to be like, but if you're concealed carrying it, you probably should be that way. Like, this one works really, really well. Yeah. And I know it's going to work every time. So this is the one I carry every day.
Well, and that's where I was going with it, is that, like, this whole, as we start this conversation and we get into the details, you can own multiple handguns and you can have handguns because you think they're cool. Just like watches. Like, I have watches that I think are cool. I wear them, whatever. But if I want a watch that I know is going to work, be highly accurate, and do everything I need it to do, I've got like one or two watches that I know, like, that's the one I'm wearing.
Yep.
And all the other ones stay home. And they're practical, they're rigid, they're utilitarian, and, they have some other benefits that I like. Same concept with a handgun. I've owned a ton of different handguns, tons, but you and I have owned a wide array of really random handguns and some really cool ones, if I'm being honest. Like, you and I have owned some pretty cool handguns over the years. But when it comes down to, hey, this is the gun I carry, I have carried the same handgun for years, and it is going to continue, or at least a modern version of it. Maybe if I ever change it, it's going to be the same thing for a long, long, long time.
Yeah.
And I think it should be that way for everybody. I think, having like a carry rotation is the wrong idea when you start looking at it in this light. You start thinking about it as a service pistol. It's a weapon system that it is your primary weapon system. Like, if your life is in jeopardy, even in today's world, it is the system that you're going to deploy. It should be consistent, reliable, durable, and capable. And it should have all those things, and it should very easily facilitate what you need it to do, which is stop a threat and save yourself. So I guess we can start getting into the nitty gritty. I just kind of wanted to set the stage of, like, know the direction we're going. Also, if you're one of those people that, because we came up in a different time where, like I said, the gun community really focused on handguns and EDC, but I think there's people getting into this stuff now, and we've seen the shift where there's like a bigger focus on that modern Minuteman or like rifleman, infantryman skills, which is awesome. I love it. It's great to see. It's very cool that we're rediscovering the American rifleman.
Yeah.
But with that, I think comes a less of a focus on, what are we doing now to operate under the title of modern Minuteman, because it's not just gearing up and rolling out with your rifles. It's every day. Like, you're potentially ready to protect yourself, your family, and your community on a daily basis, like that protector mindset.
Yeah, it's almost like that. What was super popular back in the day but became super cringy was like the sheepdog mentality, but it's like a perfect example of what you are within your community. You're a sheepdog amongst sheep, and you protect from wolves. And
ew. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it for whatever reason it shouldn't be
the Tim Kennedy. No.
Yeah,
no, I'm just kidding.
It shouldn't be looked at in a bad way, because honestly, it's like such a great metaphor for what it is. Like, there is a lot of sheep out there. Like, let's be real. Like, in your community, there's a bunch of soft individuals that are cruising around.
Yeah, just oblivious, just mouth open, breathing, just drooling around. Yeah.
Yeah.
Destruction.
And it's like, what what a great way to utilize your skills in our current time is just being someone who's willing to protect.
Yeah.
And willing to administer aid and willing to, do all the things that we preach. And it's like, you shouldn't be just worrying about that for when, the next world war happens. We should be worrying about it in our current time too. And that's like,
because if you're not practicing this discipline and being proactive now about this in the way that it works for this day and age, then you're not gonna do it.
No,
I think everybody, or not everybody. Sorry, I think there's a lot of people that look at like, well, when it gets to this point, there's gonna be a boom, and all of a sudden it's just gonna be like the priorities have shifted, and now I'm a warrior. It's like. No, like these disciplines start right now. These things that we constantly talk about, and that's why, like in our company, we have kind of like 8 disciplines that we think together kind of form. We've talked about this before, but together kind of form like a prepared person.
Yeah,
and it's the willingness to fight. So being able to fight. So that factors in. That's the whole. I guess kind of like Minuteman thing, like, hey, well, not the whole thing, but that's like the part that people think about is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. It's like, oh, the British are coming, like get the musket, let's go, kind of thing. Mel Gibson just sprinting through the woods like aim small, miss small, boys,
Yeah.
So there's the willingness to fight, and then there's the kind of similar to that, but a little bit different is the willingness to protect. And those, I believe, are very different. They can be both can be executed the same way. Like sometimes you have to fight in order to protect, and sometimes to protect you've got to fight. So it's kind of this weird blend. But that protector mentality of like, hey, let's protect what we have. Let's maintain what we have, and that could be, you could get theoretical with that and go all the way to like, what America used to be, or at least let's keep it maintained at what we have now before it gets worse. Or you can just be super black and white about it and be like, I'm going to protect my life and my family's life and, my neighbors or whatever.
Yeah.
Another one is response, being willing to respond. That's more in the mind of like when somebody needs help, you're willing to go help them. You're willing to render aid. You're willing to, a big disaster happens. You're not going to be the person that's just like leaving everybody high and dry. You're willing to like do what's necessary to give people the response they need to get out of that situation.
Coordinate.
Yeah. Coordination. That's a huge one. Being willing and able to coordinate with other people. It's not just about you. I mean, it's like you and your family and then your friends and this whole, like what this whole thing is. I mean, we just did an episode on how to form a team. And we talked a lot about that. Like that's the stepping stones to, coordination is getting people you trust and coming together. And it's not just like, hey, let's go shooting every once in a while. It's like, no, let's actually talk about what are we going to do? How are we going to be prepared if A through Z were to happen?
Yeah.
Another one's navigate. So being able to, you can look at it again theoretically where it's like you got to know where you're going. You have to have a clear path, and then practically like know your surroundings and know how to maneuver and navigate your space. Such an advantage. Like look at history and look at how successful
pretty much anyone that's fighting in their own homeland.
Oh man,
it's hard, like super hard to beat.
Yeah, if somebody knows the AO, the area of operation, better than you, they're going to make it hard for you to even just get into areas like area denial. Just like harassment, like
surviving in that land.
Yeah,
if your weather is way different than something they're used to, it's like
a current example is Ukraine.
Yeah,
like you've got this Russian force that's just pounding at the door of Ukraine, and Ukraine is like try to get through these farm fields that are just swamp, and it's just cold and nasty, and they're bogged down
just
and
getting stuck.
Yeah, and they're narrowly funneling them through choke points and just killing their tanks, and then again Afghanistan, like America got in there and took that whole country over, and we didn't do anything. Like we were there for 20 plus years, and we're gone, and it's right back to the way it was. And now they're fortified with more forces and more, they have their own combat outposts and FOBs and all kinds of stuff. And it's like, they just did their thing and just harassed us and kept us on our toes the whole time. And it's like, they just lived in their environment and did it in their way. Another one is,
communicate.
Yeah, communicate. So being able to communicate with others, that kind of ties into coordination. Also understanding like all the methods of communication. That's all the way down from literally talking one-on-one to,
to listening,
like talking on the radio or whatever.
Yeah, and listening on the radio.
Yeah.
So, and then obviously you got respond, which is like...
Yeah, I already talked about that one.
Did you talk about that one?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Survive.
Yeah, survive. So fieldcraft skills, being able to, you can exist outside of our current infrastructure, our current, modern life. Your survival isn't predicated on like, oh, I've got heat in my house and I've got food that I can just go get from the store. You've thought about this and you've moved beyond that. And then the final one would be faith or morality, is kind of how we summarize that now. And having the moral constitution to not be evil and actually do the right things, even when no one's holding you to that standard. There's no law and order anymore. You're able to maintain a sense of goodness and dignity and self-control, and you're not just going to impose your strength on those that are weaker than you. Because if you've done all these things and you've prepared in this way, you will be stronger than most others.
Yeah.
You will be more prepared. And being able to step back and be like, hey, I'm going to use this for the right thing rather than I'm going to use this coordination and strength to go after people. So kind of a weird direction, but I just wanted to say that that's kind of as our company, Dynamic Defense Solutions. Those are like the pinnacles that we try to teach on. We try to run our training and educational programs around all those items. And I guess that mentality, all those things starts now is the point I bring that up. This isn't something that, like, those things that all require lots of time, lots of planning, lots of training, hours and hours of training and training with others to be even halfway decent at.
Yeah.
So this isn't something you can just flip a switch and be like, oh yeah, now I'm in Minuteman mode. It's like, no, this is, if you take this stuff seriously, then it's part of your daily life. Now, the flip side of that is that we can't just be running around in our, rifleman gear all the time, like we've been talking about. So again, kind of beating a dead horse here, but those are all really important disciplines that start right now. And part of that, acting out that in your daily life, is carrying a handgun, because that's the most practical thing to carry. So let's talk a little bit about, specifically, we'll just jump right into handguns. Like what
reliable handguns are suggested. Yeah. So, we may piss people off in this episode, and that's fine. This is our opinion, so take that for what it is. We're not all knowing, but we're going to tell you what we've experienced, what we've tested, and we'll give you our 2 cents on the matter. So, I mean, if you don't want to listen to us and you think we're dumb, then we're dumb, I guess, in your eyes.
Cool. We don't care. We're going to keep doing our thing. I think, just to kind of set the stage on that, I mean, we've been in this industry / community for a long time, a lot longer than most people think. It wasn't always Dynamic Defense Solutions, but I've worked with other companies, and ever since you and I have been out of the military, and then you could even include the military in that. Yeah.
And before. Yeah,
and before, right, because we were into this guns and stuff like that before we even joined the military. And we grew up in Alaska. Guns are a huge part of the culture here. Like, everybody has a gun. That's just like common. Well, you're gonna go out in the woods, boy. You better get yourself a gun. You're gonna need a gun out there to fend off against the bears. It's like, that's just like a normal. Yeah, that's a common thing. Yeah,
you're stupid to be out in the woods without a gun here.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, we got crazy animals here. So I think it's important to understand that we have a lot of experience, a lot of very concentrated experience specifically in this realm. We've taught classes. We've seen a lot of different handguns over a wide variety of different people, whether it's students and, for whatever, again, I've worked for a few different companies over the years, used professionally, again, law enforcement, military, like private, professional kind of security contracting world, all combined. It's like, we're not basing this on like some article we read on guns and ammo. Like this is based on lots of years of experience and seeing a lot of different concentrated, I guess like groups of handguns and types and different things like that. And then on top of that, we build holsters for a living. I mean, that's like the main money maker for our business is building custom holsters. And, we do firearms training and stuff like that. So we get a very concentrated look at a lot of different handguns all the time. We get to train with a lot. And then on top of that, we have a whole side of the company where we just test stuff like crazy and really run stuff through its paces. So, if people get bummed at some of the stuff we say, like, sorry, this isn't. Steve and I are both really good at not having, we don't have loyalty to brands. We don't have like brand. We've never been like that. Like, I think people get surprised when the amount of times we've bought something and spent good money on it and been like, this thing sucks.
Yeah. And
we're like, just like, yep, we've tried it for half a year, tried it like super extensively, and we're getting rid of it. Like the amount of times we've done that. And we try to be as unbiased as we can is the point I'm trying to make. So, again, take everything with a grain of salt. It is our experience. There will be some anecdotal things we talk about, but we don't have any brand loyalty. Nobody sends us crap. Like none of the stuff we're going to talk about is going to be like, well, Trigicon sends them. Like, no, there's no brand out there that sends us anything.
Yeah.
So I want to be clear about that now, because for some reason that's a big deal. And I guess I get why, but it's just funny. Every YouTube video now in the gun world starts with like, all right, let's talk about how, my affiliation with it's like everything we ever use, we buy. We've had companies ask like, you want us to send that? It's like, no, we'll buy it because we want to go through the same process that everybody else has to go through. And it's this process we're familiar with. It's what we've gone through, So anyways, I just want to put that out there. So we're not getting like pulled one direction or the other to say anything any certain way. And that goes for all of the episodes we've done. That's like, talking about like different optics and brands and stuff. Like, yeah, we don't have any affiliation. We don't have any connections like that. I mean, you'll hear me say like, for example, I'm a big fan of Leupold scopes. That's because I really genuinely like them. And they've proven to me over the years that they're fantastic options.
Yeah.
So I don't have somebody that's like, here's some money to say something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just think it was worth saying that really quick. But
so handguns, we'll kind of get into some different types really quick because I don't want to get right into like brand specific. So revolvers, we'll just go ahead and get this out of the way. Probably not the best choice of handgun to be carrying. Everyone's like, well, it can't get knocked out of battery. And it's like, well, yeah, but it also only carries like 5 or 6 rounds. So
yeah,
that's cool. There's also a lot of moving parts in revolvers that I don't know. People just seem to think like just don't ever break, and they do quite often.
Do.
So
they absolutely do.
There's timing issues and all sorts of things that happen with revolvers. And I'm not going to sit here and say that they're necessarily more unreliable than some striker fires, or if they are, it doesn't really matter because their capacity is what nicks them, in my opinion. Like that's what knocks them out of this role.
Yeah.
I'm not saying not to own revolvers. I'm just saying for everyday carry / secondary weapon for duty purpose, we're not doing revolvers. There's a reason why no one carries a revolver in any professional capacity nowadays.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a thing anymore.
Yeah, no serious units rocking a revolver right now.
No police departments are rocking revolvers.
Yeah, I mean, you've got your weird like old sheriffs that are like, it's still approved, I still carry it. And it's like, yeah, but you're not out there doing a bunch of, well, I'm not going to say that. I'm sure some of them are out there kicking butt still, but I'll put it to you this way: if you are going to get yourself in a firefight, you don't want to have only 5 to 6 rounds that you have. That's a no-go. I would just based off the very small experiences I've had in that arena. Yeah, I'm so glad that we had literally hundreds of rounds to be able to use. So yeah, revolvers, and I know there's like a cult following around revolvers. Like the people that love revolvers, it's like just my precious, they just love revolvers, and it's like,
yeah, I mean, they're cool, man.
Like I own them. Like that's awesome. And like, if you want to be one of those super high speeds that runs a backup ankle rig like a champion, then dude, be a champion and strap that thing on your ankle and like, I guess get yourself, like, hopefully you never get yourself in that crazy environment. But
action.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, we're not living in the old West. Like, you're not Doc Holliday. You're not Wyatt Earp. Like,
Yeah.
You're not. And if you were, like,
then
cool,
maybe you have a chance.
But you're just going to get smoked by somebody with a semi-auto gun that practices
they might have
like
a chance.
Sub-second draw. But yeah, what's that guy that used to do like the super quick draw stuff? You know what I'm talking about?
Michalik or whatever?
No. I'm talking about the he died, but he did like those draws where he'd draw and shoot like twice.
Oh, the
like
cowboy,
a double shot.
Kind of the cowboy.
He'd hit it with his thumb and then hit it with his
I know who you're talking about. I don't know
finger.
his name.
It's gonna bother me, and somebody listening is gonna be like yelling his name. But dude, he was crazy.
If you yell loud enough, we might hear it.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
But yeah, dude, I mean, if you're somebody like him, then you're the exception, I guess. And if you want to train to the level that it takes to get that good, then I guess cool. But
it's cool. It's cool shooting to, like, if you want to compete in cowboy revolver
Cowboy
shooting.
action,
Yeah, cowboy action. That's what it's called.
Yeah,
cool. Why not? We're not saying not to. We're saying maybe not the best for a duty purpose.
Yeah, there's just a lot of. It's just an old design. It's old. Like we've progressed past it.
Yeah.
And there's I think the old conversation of they're more reliable is not applicable anymore.
Yeah.
Semi-auto guns are highly, highly reliable, and I would argue in many cases they're more reliable than some revolvers nowadays. So, but yeah. So what's next?
So, I can't think of anything that's like a semi-auto with a hammer that I would suggest.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's one that's like, man, that thing is just, I mean, they're cool. I'm not going to like, you know what I mean?
Dude, I'm just going to go ahead and say this right now. I know that there's a lot of people out there that are still just loving
the 1911.
Yeah, they still love and admire the 1911. And I'm one of those people. I love and admire the 1911. And I carried the 1911 as my everyday carry, a 1911, I should say, for many years in my younger years. And I just thought it was the coolest thing ever. And it was cool. And I had a very high dollar, very expensive 1911.
Yeah.
And I've owned several over the years. You know what? Even that high dollar 1911 would have malfunctions and problems, and I'd be like, "What's going on?" And then you'd have that kind of, "Yeah, they got a break-in period. You got to get them over 500 rounds." Okay, cool. 500 rounds came and gone. Little problems would still happen here and there. Yeah, they say once you get them over 2,000 rounds, they'll just be like glass. 2,000 rounds came and went.
What does that even mean?
I don't know.
Like glass, dude.
That's what everybody says. It's like glass.
Yeah.
Okay. 2,000 rounds came and went. Problems. And again, I've owned several, so it's not like
yeah. I've heard good things about the staccatos, which would technically fall into that line.
Yeah, but that's not a 1911.
Well, I know, but I'm saying it's a hammer fired.
Yeah.
Semi-auto. They're 9mm. They actually do have a decent capacity. Not super great, but pretty good.
Yeah. That's a 2011.
And I've heard they're pretty reliable, but mm-hmm. I don't have enough experience behind one of those because I don't have $3,000 to spend on a handgun.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's like the ratio between cost to performance and just overall reliability and like what you're actually gaining out of that is I don't think there. I think I think they are probably good enough to buy and carry. Like I know a lot of again, I don't have any. I've shot them a few times, but I don't have any experience with them like owning them, so I can't speak to the STI or the staccatos.
Yeah, like how reliable they are after.
Yeah,
you know.
But I have people that I trust that say they're highly reliable. That if you're just balling and you got all kinds of money and you're just like, screw it, I want to trick out a staccato, then by all means
go for it. But that's like going back to, are we going to suggest it based off the cost? And that's, I think the cost is what hurts that platform.
Yeah.
And that's something we're considering with this suggestion as well. It's because I'm not going to sit here and tell you to buy the most expensive handgun, and then it leaves you not enough money to go out and get night vision thermals, all the stuff that I think is also very important to get.
Yeah,
and there's just no cheap way to get that stuff.
Yeah.
So why spend $3,000 or whatever they cost on a staccato when you could spend $600-700 on a perfectly fine striker fired pistol?
Yeah.
And
it's the same reason we didn't recommend, we talked about in the AR, when we talked about ARs and which ones we recommend, we were talking about more specifically about building, but we talked about like Knight's Armament, and we didn't necessarily recommend it.
No.
We said like, hey, it's way too much money. It's too proprietary. It's super expensive for no reason. You can get something that is super reliable and good.
Like if you got
like
it,
BCM,
it's a good setup though. And that's kind of what we're getting at.
Yeah.
Same thing with the staccato. If you got it, it's a good setup. Run it.
So
if you've had issues with it, then maybe it's probably not the best setup though.
Yeah.
Like if you're constantly having issues with it, feeding or whatever,
that's a problem.
That's a problem.
Yeah. But going back to the 1911, I was going to say, I know that it's, again, single action hammer fired. So it's a single action system. Been around forever. Can't argue that it hasn't changed the way we think about handguns to this day. But I will say that as someone that has ran a lot of classes for, over the years, seen a lot of students come through the handgun classroom setting, 1911s are among the most unreliable systems I've seen in classes.
Yeah.
So not only did I have my own problems, beyond 2,000 rounds and all these milestones that people kept being like, oh, you get to this point and you won't have problems. You get to this point, blah, 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 blah. Oh, you got to just regularly maintain them. It's like, yeah, I am regularly maintaining them. All these justifications of how it's the perfect system, and it continues to have problems. And then on the flip side, my striker fired system, which we'll get into shortly, has over 20,000 rounds through it easily. And I can count the amount of problems I've had on one hand without using my thumb. So it's like that is, and maintenance, whenever I kind of feel like it. I mean,
barely.
Maintain it, pay attention to it. And there's things have changed, but yeah, I haven't had to do anyways, getting ahead of myself, but
high powers are cool, but
yeah, high power, that's a double action system. There's a lot of these older guns are really cool, and I'm not saying don't buy them. Like again, if you either already own them or you own all this other stuff, all the other stuff we've talked about, and if you're like, what other stuff? Go back to our Minuteman layout series that we did. We did part 1 all the way through 6 and talked about everything from rifles all the way up to rucksacks and night vision and all kinds of stuff. It's like, if you really take this seriously and you own all that other equipment to facilitate your ability to fulfill that role as a modern Minuteman, you're really taking it serious. Then after that point, it's like, go crazy, have fun. If you're on the other end of that spectrum, which is where I was, and you have all these random guns and you start looking at them and you're like, there's a huge chunk of these I don't ever use, or I just kind of like look at them, or I pull them out every once in a while. I'm like, oh, it's cool that I have this. Those are probably financial assets, and you can turn those into things that you actually need.
Yeah.
And I don't want to make this podcast about that, but I'm just saying, at the end of the day, I owned a lot of 1911s. I've always loved it. I still do, and I don't own any anymore. I sold them all.
Yeah, and another thing with 1911s that you got to consider is their capacity as well. They don't have a great capacity.
Yeah.
Pretty much anything that's running 45 is not going to be great. So
yeah, and they're cool. They're accurate, and they're fun to shoot. It's one of the coolest, in my opinion. I love shooting them. Like the feel that they have. There's just a classic handgun feel when you shoot them, and they're fun. And I'll a day down the line, I'll probably buy them again. I'd like to buy one that I could hand down to my son or something like that. But anyways, as far as this specifically, what we're talking about today goes, I don't think it's a good system. Now, double action, single action, where you have both. Again, there's a few in there that I would say are good, that you could get along, that you could do well with. But again, older designs, a bit antiquated. There's a reason that all the guns coming out nowadays look pretty much all the same.
Yep.
And we're kind of working our way up to it, but that's a striker fired gun.
And that's kind of what we're going to push into. That's what we're going to suggest, because that's what we've been running, like we said, for years, or some version of the same handgun. And I guess so we'll get into brands right now, because we're kind of slowly making our way into it. And yeah, you guys can say it all you want. I mean, we love Glocks. I mean, that's ultimately what it comes down to. They run when you need them to run. They can run dirty. They can run clean. They can run pretty much in any condition. They're going to...
whatever ammo you got.
Yeah, they'll just eat it. Yep. And there's not anything too fancy about them, which is fine, because ultimately, if I have to use it, if I have to deploy it, I know it's going to shoot, and that's the way it is. So I will say that I'm not a huge fan of... I like full-size guns. So
yeah,
anything from... I would say the 19 model, or the Glock 19 up, as far as like size goes, after that is going to be good. Also, caliber wise, in today's day and age, I don't really see a reason to go anywhere but 9mm.
Yeah.
It's available, it's cheap, and it's really easy to have follow-up shots with, because of less recoil means more control of the handgun. So
more capacity.
Yeah, more capacity.
Yeah. 9mm, it's also availability. I mean, 9mm, you're going to find it everywhere, all the time. Even if all the supply chains dump, you're going to always find 9mm somewhere.
Yeah.
It's going to be around. It's, I know that there was a day and age where there was a debate between 9mm, 45, and 40 cal, and, that used to be a thing. It's just not really even talked about anymore. It's like everybody just accepted that 9mm is kind of the way.
Yeah.
And if you're someone that's still hanging on to like 45 ACP, then cool, dude. I mean, we're not here to tell you to change your system. If you have a reliable system that you trust, that's awesome. But for, I think, most situations, and for this, again, bring it back to what we talked about at the beginning. What is this for? This is a service platform. It's your duty pistol. It's what you're carrying daily, and it's what you may have to use in the future in whatever capacity.
Yeah.
When you don't have your rifle, this is your primary platform. It's something that you should trust. It's something you should have a lot of ammunition for, and it's something you should be able to carry a lot of ammunition on at any given point, because having a lot of capacity is highly important. There's so many studies. If you're one of those people that's interested in the whole ammo debate and like what's good, what's not, just type in 9mm FBI study. I mean, there's a ton of studies out there that are really well done and very thorough, that have gone over the comparisons, and it's actually, it always ends up being negligible, where it's like the performance is so close to the same that it just makes sense to carry 9mm, because you have less wear and tear on your gun, less recoil, easier for follow-up shots, more people with different size hands. The less recoil works for, you don't have to be some big-handed, strong person to manage it. And then more importantly, it's availability of ammo and capacity, the carrying capacity.
Yep.
On that, again, like to kind of piggyback on what you said, full-size systems. I mean, the Glock 19 is a unique size, because it's basically a full-size gun that's a little bit stunted. It's just like cut off a little tiny bit on the front and a little tiny bit on the grip. That size, that profile of a gun is probably the smallest I'd recommend ever going.
Yeah.
having a longer barrel is better. Having a bigger grip is better. Having a full accessory rail that you can use is better. Like, there's just benefits across the board on a bigger system. And a lot of people, I think, look at it like, well, but it's harder to hide. Nope, it's not. It's actually easier to hide. We'll get into that later. But I think a striker fired full size handgun is something you should be looking for. Now, kind of to, again, jump in with what Steven got right into Glock. Steven and I carry Glocks. We have for years. Like I said, the system I talked about earlier that has 20,000+ rounds through it is a Glock 19. I also have a Glock 17 that's got even more rounds through it. I don't carry that for my daily. It's more on my belt system, or I kind of use it for stuff like that. I kind of keep it for home defense as well. It's something that my wife is comfortable using and is set up for, it's, stays around the house, more home defense kind of focused. But yeah, I mean, lots and lots and lots of experience with Glocks over the years. I mean, their track record's insane. It's the most utilized handgun for standard issue for law enforcement. A lot of militaries use it. I think the Glock 19 is still one of the most popular and common handguns ever purchased out there. Glock is known for making a very reliable, robust system. Hasn't changed a lot. Like I hear all the time from people like, man, it's just surprising that Glock never innovates and they don't ever change, and it's like, you know what? I think they operate very strongly off of that motto of if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. And how many guns have come out in the near future? They're like, oh, this is gonna be the next Glock killer.
Oh,
it's like for a company that hasn't innovated, it's like, why is everyone trying to knock them off the throne then?
Yeah. And the whole thing of like, and I really don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a mixture of things or if it's just a few specific things, but the amount of people still to this day that know they should just buy a Glock and push back and have to get something because they're like, well, everybody has a Glock, or they're like, they're just kind of dumb or ugly looking. It's
or
like,
the grip angle's weird, and it's like, dude, just go out and shoot it, man. It's not that weird.
I can't tell you how many customers we've had come in and be like, yeah, what do you recommend? And we kind of go through the whole gambit with them. We're like, oh, we recommend Glock. And, oh, man, yeah, you guys are Glock guys. It's like, well, what else do you recommend? It's like, well, what are you trying to do? And it's like, we go through this whole rigmarole. And at the end of the day, they end up getting something else, which is fine. And they bring it in and they show it to us. And we're like, oh, sick, dude. And then
2 years go by.
Yeah, a few years go by, and it's like, yeah, I ended up getting a Glock. I got a Glock 45, or I got a Glock 19, or I got a 19X, or whatever, and it's just, I'm so glad I did. And it's like, yep, welcome. You understand now. Because when you start actually shooting a lot, it becomes way less about aesthetics and like just that appearance and just the feel you get when you buy it. Like, yeah, cool. When you buy a Glock, it's not super special, but what are we buying it for? We're buying it to carry and potentially have to use. Like, that's something that you should really be paying attention to. Again, separate this from like, I want to buy a gun because I think it's cool. That's great. But I'm talking about when you really take a look at like, what do I want to carry with me?
Yeah.
That should be the primary focus. You should always be thinking about, if I have to deploy this, if I have to use this, I want it to shoot no matter what.
It's like buying body armor. It's like,
yeah,
I'm going to get this piece of body armor because it's like, it's
got a Spartan helmet on it.
Yeah. But then it's like not even NIJ rated, and you're not even sure if it'd actually stop a bullet. You got to actually think about like, you got to think about it like, if I got to use this, and dude, I've been there. Like, I've had tricked out Glocks that have had compensators and they just don't run very smooth, which we'll get into later. But, and it's so frustrating when you train, like when you go out to the range and you train with a purpose and you're sitting there trying to run drills and you keep having malfunctions.
Yep.
It is like sickening to your stomach to think about like, this is the gun I'm carrying daily right now.
Yeah.
And if that happened in real life, I might die.
Yeah.
And I think that's like, for me, having that happen, I think, like, I don't know, it's just frustrating.
Yeah.
It's super frustrating. And I can't see how someone that has like a gun like I immediately, if I start having issues with that, I immediately start figuring out a way to fix it.
Yeah.
And whether that's just ditching things that I've already spent money on, or if it's like, I just like, there's no reason to get connected to something that you've bought.
The amount of people that have come out and trained with us or like gone through classes with us and have realized like you see it, you can see the frustration. They're just running something that is just malfunction after malfunction, and they're just fighting it, and it slows down the class, and you feel for them. You're trying to help them. You're trying to like, well, try this mag, I'll try a little bit of ammo. Like you're trying to troubleshoot and also teach them how to troubleshoot. And then they get to that point. It's usually like 3/4 through the class, and they're kind of sitting there like, all right, man, what's up? And they're just like, dude, I'm buying a new handgun. Like, I'm not using this anymore. And it's like, well, I'm glad you figured that out here in this environment,
Yeah.
Thank God it was here.
Yeah.
Where you could go through that frustration, and then without fail, once someone's in that state, it's like, what would you recommend? And you're like, a Glock. It's like, all right. And they just go buy it, and then they're just happy with that thing. Now, I know we're not just going to say Glock, because I know there's people that are like, I have tried Glock, I have owned them, and I just cannot, they just do not work for me. Because there's just some hands out there that just don't mesh well with the Glock grip. I usually tell those people, I'm like, keep shooting it, get better at shooting. I don't say that to be like you're bad at shooting, because I know there 100% are people that just can't meld with the way the Glock feels when you shoot, and the way the grip angle is and stuff. But 90% of the time, if you just keep shooting and keep training, you'll just like unlock this weird I don't even know how to explain it. It's like you just get to a point where you have become experienced enough that it all makes sense. It's like, oh, like
it's like an extension of your body.
Yeah, it's like, okay, that's why it's shaped this way. Like, this thing's got a really high bore axis. It's an aggressive grip angle, but when you're running this gun fast and quickly, and things are stripped away, it's not just about like the each and every shot. It's about like fast, quick transitions, like rapid, repeated shots. Like when you start running it in a more dynamic way, the Glock actually usually makes a lot of sense for people. It starts to make sense. It's like, yeah, sitting here holding it, it feels kind of like you hear people say like a bar of soap or a brick, and I would agree. It's ugly. I've never really liked the way the Glock looks. It's just kind of like dink. Like it's just, here it is.
I love it, dude.
Oh yeah, I have a love for it now.
It's like a square body Chevy, man.
I fell in love with the performance of it. It's like, because
initially, but because of that, it grew on me.
Yeah, exactly. So when I see a Glock, I attribute that to like, that's a serious gun. Like, that's not a novelty gun. That's not a like, ooh, look at this cool like stippling, or I don't know, look at this cool like cutting we did on the slide. Like, it comes right from the factory. Like what all these companies try to do now. It's like, it's just like, yep, here I am. I'm a Glock. But it is just the epitome of just professional use, I think. So anyways, it's also very affordable. And I think, before I move on to some other manufacturers, I just want to say that it is really hard to beat. It's very affordable. They're always around like between $500 and $600. You can get pretty much every model in that price range, which is such a good price range for a handgun. It's actually cheap. I mean, you look at like 1911s and stuff, and you're going to spend upwards of, like, for a nice 1911, you'll spend over $1,000 easily. Mm-hmm. And then, like I said, and this is coming from a guy that on one of my 1911s was a super high speed custom one, and it was over $2,000. And that was the one that I kept getting told, just, even from the manufacturer, they're like, it's got a break-in period. And I'm like, dude, like, I'm trying to send this back because I keep having malfunctions. Well, are you limp wristing? It's like, dude, no, like, I'm not. Like, I do firearms training. Like, everyone always says, like, dude, you have, like, your gun does not move. You have such good recoil management. Like, that's like something I've been able to do for a long time. I'm not limp wristing,
Yeah.
Like, well, yeah, some of our guns, it's the tolerances are tight, and it's like, this shouldn't be a thing. If I spent $2,100 on a handgun, then on a 1911 system, then it should freaking work out of the box,
Yeah.
Anyways, so
other handguns we suggest, I guess.
So, one that I think is a good system. What?
Nothing.
Okay. I think it's now there's some weird stuff going on with it. And I'm going to talk about the SIG.
Okay.
The SIG 320 platform. I think it's overall a good system. Now there's some pay attention to it because there's some weird stuff out there with like the whole them firing in the holster and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's lawsuits and stuff.
In that regard.
Yeah, that is because of that. Now the reason I'm being cautious is because I just do not know enough about it. I've read a few articles. I'm not apprised of the whole situation.
Yeah.
There's a lot of non-disclosures, but that worries me.
I wonder if it's some QC issues with all the government and state contracts they're getting, but
it could be.
And I don't know if it's their X series or if it's their standard 320. I'm not sure what it is. So I know that 320s, the SIG 320 in specific, has made a good name for itself, and it was a gun that I would be like, this is something that is a good handgun. It's got a huge bore axis. That's about the only thing that kills me on it. Like I'm out on it because it's like
SIG has always had a mile-long bore axis.
Like, whoa, dude!
Why are you building an Eiffel Tower on top of your grip? Like, what's going on right now?
Yeah,
but I've always done that.
But other than that, I mean, it's a good handgun. I think. That's definitely something to be alarmed about. But if you got an older one that you've been running forever and you've never had issues with it, then it's probably just fine.
I guess my thing on the 320 is like, why? The only reason I think you should really consider it is if you're one of those people that you've tried it and you've really worked hard to work at it and you just cannot get around the fact that the Glock feels horrible in your hand.
Yeah.
If you're one of those people, then I feel like the 320 will feel really good in your hand. Because it's comfortable. It's way more ergonomic. Especially the X frames, like they feel good to me. Like the angle's still aggressive enough to if you're running.
Bore axis is shorter too.
Yeah. If you're running them hard, I think they're good. The bore axis is a little bit high, but nothing crazy. It's not a deal breaker. But yeah, the reliability is something I would question just because it's like, hey, what's going on with it? And it's things that you haven't seen Glock struggle with.
Yeah.
So if you're just picking one just to be a different guy, just being a hipster about it, I don't think it's worth doing. Now, if it's a performance thing where it's like, hey, I physically shoot better and perform better and everything's better with the 320, then yeah, I would recommend it. I mean, it's had a good service history. It obviously has the military contract. It's being used professionally. They're being used in high volumes. That's the other thing too. Like you're bound to have some problems when you have such a high volume being used in such vast professional capacities. Which is kind of funny because Glock's had very few of those, so it's kind of like
they're being used like crazy.
Yeah.
So. I mean, the Glock is by far
it's our highest recommended.
It's our highest recommended. Yep. We're putting out some of these just to like make it so we don't get so much hate mail. No, I'm just kidding. But they're actually legitimately ones that I would be okay with running if for whatever reason Glock you couldn't find Glocks anymore.
Yeah.
They just went out of business or something. And another one is the H&K VP9. I think it's a solid pistol. It's a good handgun. Not many issues as far as like reliability goes from what I've seen, and it's a comfortable gun. Like as far as like
good.
Their grips are feel like they've just literally been molded to your hand somehow or another.
Yep.
To everyone's hand. It doesn't make any sense. But
yeah, that's HK for you, man. They're
a little expensive though. I will say that. And then
they are.
They got some like kind of weird, like their mag releases obviously in like a different spot and things like that. So not a huge deal, just things that you would have to.
Yeah.
If you went from one handgun to another, then it would be something that you'd kind of have to get dialed in. But
might be a preference thing. Some people like that trigger guard lever release for the mags.
Yeah.
Kind of cool. It's ambidextrous, whatever, but I don't know. I've never been a huge HK handgun guy. Like I think they're cool. I'd love to own a USP just because they're cool.
Yeah, they're sweet.
A Mark 23 would just be sick, but I would never make either of those my daily carry. And I've had a lot of buddies over the years that like EDC the USP, and it's like, dude, that's pretty high speed, dude. But
yeah, it's a big gun.
Yeah, I mean, cool. Like
they're fat.
But yeah, I again, it's like big bore axis. I mean, the USP is a double action, single action anyway. You can get it in a few different variants, but the VP9 though specifically, it's actually really nice. It feels good. It shoots great. I actually really like that they have those little tabs on the end of the slide for like racking the slide. You just get a better purchase on it, which is kind of cool. Yeah. But expensive for what it is, and I think again, it's like if you want to be just fancy, then go for it. But it's also harder to do. There's little attachments that'll replace the rear sight and stuff. But when you start getting into optics, it's a little bit tougher.
Yeah, it is a little bit tough. So another gun I'm going to mention, but good luck finding it. But we both like this gun. Is the Archon Type B.
It's actually an absolute beast. Very reliable. We have one.
And the main reason I'm putting this in there is because we've talked people into buying these guns, and I don't want them to listen to this podcast and be like, did you just talk me into a gun you're not going to suggest? Because we 100% suggest it. The only problem is good luck finding it.
Oh, yeah. We've had handguns on order for over 2 years now from them, and we still haven't gotten them. So that's dumb. Like, we're actually pretty mad about it. Like, to the point to where
kind of out on carrying them.
I was thinking, I don't know if I should say this, but you know what? We're just going full honesty mode. Yeah, we're not sure if we're going to continue to offer them and carry them and recommend them just because of the availability. The handgun, fantastic. Yeah, it's got a low bore axis.
Our younger brother carries one.
Yep. We've sold several because we used to be able to get them at the beginning. We were getting a lot and selling a lot. And the one we bought. So we bought one to just thoroughly test. We have thousands and thousands of rounds through it. And we've had one malfunction with it, and it was glove induced. So we were using it in the wintertime, and because the bore axis is so short, it's so small, it is lower than a Glock, which is crazy. We were wearing like gloves because it was wintertime, and our gloves had like rubber, like grippy kind of rubber stuff on the palms.
Yeah.
And so our thumbs were putting too much friction on the slide, and so it wasn't seating into battery. It was like doing a full cycle, and then it was slowing it down too much to get seated or to return to cycle the round,
which wasn't even that hard of a fix. Like all you had to do is hit the back of the slide and it
or you just move your thumbs, and then it was just like
I know, but I'm just saying, like, for fixing the malfunction, like all it needed to do is like get just a bump.
And then we just lowered our thumbs a little bit, and we were like, oh sweet, it's just running like a champ. But that's it. And we've got, and we've never cleaned it. We have never cleaned that gun. Still to this day, it's here. We keep it in the keep it in the storefront as a demo gun for people to check out and get hands on with. And it's just, people all the time are like, whoa, this thing's dirty. And it's like, yeah, it's got like thousands of rounds through it. And we've intentionally never cleaned it because we want to see how it is. It's very accurate. It's wildly accurate.
Yeah. Its recoil's good because it's got a low bore axis, and
it's got a good grip, but it's got cool little features that I think are cool. It looks pretty cool. Like, it's very unique looking. I have nothing but good things to say about it. There is one con I will say in a second, but a couple other good things about it. The company's really cool that backs it. Like, other than I don't understand why it's so hard for them to get them. I know I think they were made in Germany, and then they tried to they are made overseas, but they're made in countries that make sense. Like, they know how to make guns.
Yeah.
It's not like Springfield in Croatia. Like, we'll get into that. But anyways, they're made in Germany, I believe, and really well made, based on the old Strike One, like the Arsenal Firearms Strike One design. So it's got that action. It doesn't have a Browning action, so it doesn't have a tilting Browning action like most traditional semi-autos do. But but the company's really cool because they have this cool warranty on it. First of all, they have like a true lifetime warranty for a handgun, which is pretty cool. Like, that's pretty unique. And then also they have this additional little detail where if you use it in a self-defense situation, like, you have to use it, and then you have like a police report that proves that, like, hey, it was justified and you weren't, then while your gun is gone in evidence, because your gun will be taken from you and be part of evidence and stuff, as long as you can prove that you weren't like charged with murder, everything was justified, then they'll send you a loaner gun while your gun's in evidence. And you can keep it literally until you get your gun back. And if you don't ever get your gun back, then they just let you keep that gun, and that's all free. Like, that is such a cool thing to do. Like, I remember hearing that and I was like, are you serious? They're like, yeah. And they said that, there's a little bit of a, like, they got to do their due diligence and, make
they're
sure
not just handing out free guns.
But
if they even have them to give to you.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm sure they have a few that are just laying around for that reason. It's not like that's happening all the time. But the one thing I don't like about it is that it's about the same size. They kind of marketed it as a Glock 19. It's definitely the size of a Glock 17. It's a full-size pistol, but it has the same capacity as a Glock 19, which is kind of weird. So
it's a little weird.
That's my only con I really have for it. Other than that,
also
I really
holsters
like
are kind of tough to find for it, but
that doesn't really affect us, though.
We build those.
Yeah. We never have to really worry about that because we build holsters.
If you have an Archon Type B and you need a holster,
dude, we make some good quality holsters. If you don't know about our holster game, we're no slouches in the holster department. We're not as well known because we're slow, and that's just because Steven and I are literally in here just trying to make it happen somehow. And everything's handmade. We're not doing like
CNC,
fancy CNC stuff. We'd like to be one day, but
it's not a priority right now.
It's just not. We're prioritizing the educational side of things more, but man, we make sure they work fantastic, and we will back them up for life. Anyways, I want to turn this into a holster marketing. We'll talk about holsters later, but I really like the Archon Type B. I'm glad you brought that up, Steven, because I
didn't think about it just now.
Oh, really?
I just thought about it just now. Yeah, I was like, oh, dude, the Archon, it's sick.
Well, so yeah, if you can find one of those, and also they make more advanced versions of them now that come like pre-cut for RMRs and stuff like that. Sick, like cool. But what's another one that you'd recommend?
Man, we're getting kind of low on the list now, unfortunately. The only thing, and I don't have a ton of experience with it, but I know that they make good guns, is FN.
Yeah.
So like the 509 series, I've heard pretty decent things about. I don't have a lot of firsthand experience, so I'm not going to sit here and be like, yeah, that's a good gun to go get.
Yeah.
If you have one and you really like it and it's not having many issues, then it's probably fine.
Again, I kind of find myself in that same area of like, why are you trying that? Like, what is leading you to that? It's more expensive. It's a little more clunky than a Glock. And it's got a way worse trigger. Like, the trigger is my biggest issue with the 509 series. They've got a weird, very just creepy triggy. Whoa.
Triggy, dude. Trigonometry.
What was I trying to say, dude?
Creepy trigger.
Creepy janky is what I was trying to say. Trigger. It's very like, and they do break in. Like,
there's one other company, I guess, that we can suggest.
I think it's the one I was going to say, but
I forgot about them.
But anyways, so as far as the 509 goes, I think it's good. I think it's something that you could do. I keep finding myself like, why are you spending, in many cases, over $100 more for something that I don't think is better than a Glock? I think it's maybe the ergonomics, you could argue, but then it's like, I think there's better systems for the ergonomics that you could look at instead. And one of them I'll say right now, and that's the CZ P10C. And that is something that that I don't know. I have noticed that they've had some reliability struggles.
They have.
But I think it's because people are doing too much to them.
They're tricking them out too much, you're saying?
Yeah, a lot of people get them. There's a big market for them. But CZ makes a good system. They make really good guns.
They're very affordable too, I will say that.
Yeah.
Or at least they were. I don't know how they are now, but
yeah, no, they still are. I think they're in that like $400 to $500 range instead of the $500 to $600.
Yeah.
But they feel good. They're kind of like, they also have a really low bore access.
They are the size of a Glock 19 though.
Yeah.
I will say that.
Yep.
I think that's actually legit.
But definitely, I think it's a reliable enough system that if you get a good one, because they have had some QC fumbles, where you get a lemon sometimes. But they're good about it. I've heard they're pretty easy to work with. I've never owned a P10C. I've shot a lot of them. Always been really happy with them when I shoot them. I'm always like, whoa, these things are. They
do that weird thing where they shift.
Yeah.
The whole slide shifts over to the left when you shoot.
Pull the trigger.
Yeah, it's super weird.
When you pull the trigger back to the wall, the whole top of the slide like slides over. It's really weird. They all do that. What is that?
It's a little bit like, what?
Yeah.
So a lot of this stuff too, like if you're just like getting into like what we said, like the newer generation of people that like really focused in on like the infantryman type gear, and you're like, well, I need to get a good handgun. I've been kind of slouching on that. Honestly, like we said, the Glock, there's not really a reason not to go that area. But the reason we're bringing a lot of these up is because I'm not telling someone that's had a good gun that's not had very many bad experience, like it just runs and it's good for them. I'm not going to tell you to like sell your gun and go buy a Glock, because it's like if that gun's working, then it's probably just fine. And it's not like these brands do make good guns, I guess.
Yeah.
So like Smith & Wesson M&P, same kind of situation. They have a pretty good track record for making pretty decent guns.
Yep.
I think a lot of people trick them out a little too much too, and they also have weird triggers, kind of like the FNs.
Yeah. I think some of their 2.0 line is coming too tricked out from the factory. They're just starting to feel like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. I've not been too impressed with their
like Canic like vibes.
Yeah. They feel cheap, and they're just. And I know they're popular, and we have a unique community here that is like obsessed with the 10 mil, which is rightfully so. It's a kind of serves in it could be a daily carry, you know, but it's also a pretty solid option for bear defense. Like a lot of people are using it for that more outdoor or like
kind of do it all.
Yeah, wildlife defense, kind of also person defense. You know, and sick. I mean, it's obviously it's a pretty cool round ballistically. 10 mil's been around forever. People act like it's new. Yeah, but I think there's a lot of people that, like, a lot of companies are coming out with a 10 mil. You know, you have the 510, the FN 510, you've got the SIG X10, the M&P 10, all these 10 mils that are coming out.
Yeah.
In these newer platforms.
The XDM 10.
No. The forbidden fruit, dude. We'll save that for just a second here. We're going to talk about guns we think you should avoid, but that might be one of them. But anyways, I don't know. So we see a lot of those come through, like tons of them. It doesn't help too that we have a local store here that well, it's a chain. I'm not going to say local store because I don't want people to think it's. Now I feel like I should say who it is. Oh, screw it. We have a Sportsman's Warehouse here.
Yeah,
and there is somebody there. And if you listen to the podcast, stop it. But there's somebody there that just hates Glock. They hate it. They hate Glock, and they tell everybody all these weird lies about Glock, like, well, the barrel will just melt down if you shoot certain ammos through it, and like, well, they've had problems with it. They just blow up if you, like just these weird things, and it's like, oh, okay, well, what do you recommend? The Springfield XD. And it's just like, no, dude, you are not going from crapping on Glock, who has like probably arguably the best track record of reliability out of any handgun that's ever been made, and then saying the Springfield XD or XDM, like, who's littered with tons of recalls and QC problems and just what second to the 1911. Or I'm sorry, before the 1911. So out of all of my experience running classes and helping other companies, running our own, and seeing handguns, tons and tons and tons of students with handguns on the range, by far the most malfunctions we see are from the XDM and XD line handguns from Springfield. For over all the years,
I think the XDMs have gotten a little better over the last few years. I've heard like their newer line, the XD, like the newer
Elite,
line,
the XDM Elite or whatever.
I've heard they're fairly reliable and whatnot, but I'm still not going to suggest it because I've seen where they came from, and I would never do it, and I would never do it.
Nope.
And there's just other guns you can go out and get. That's the thing. And then it's like also like if you are one of those people that's like trying to go get a 10 mil, like if you are in Alaska and you're trying to get a handgun that kind of can do everything, which I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that.
No.
it's a red flag that XDMs, whether you get a 9, 40, 45, or 10, they're all the exact same dimensions.
Yeah.
When every other company out there, their 45 and 10 mil platforms are wider to withstand the pressures of that round.
Yeah.
Like red flag central, dude.
Yeah,
the fact that the XDM is just like, oh yeah, we're rolling on the same frame as a 9 mil, and it's not like they're all thick either.
No.
Like it's not like the 9 mil is like a thicker platform. No, it's like thinner than most 9 mil platforms actually.
Yeah. You can on a lot of them, especially the ones they try to make more fancy. They're 10 mils. You can grab the grips on them and just squeeze them like with your hands, with your like thumb and finger, like, and they just like they're squishy almost, dude. Yeah, and it goes without saying. We kind of jumped right into it. We might as well just continue down this path of guns we avoid, or we would say avoid.
One more platform that I think, the Walthers, dude.
Oh yeah,
Walther striker fires are actually kind of sick.
They are actually sick, and I don't know why they don't have more. Now, take this with a grain of salt, because I don't actually have any experience with them. I've shot them. Like, again, it's a gun I've shot. Had the opportunity to shoot a few different platforms, and I've honestly really liked them all. Like, they've all been pretty sick. Like, I always shoot them, and I'm like, whoa! Like, the triggers are super good for a striker fired gun. They're a little bit chonky. Like,
yeah, but
the bore axis is very. It's like an It's like an HK, but with the bore axis of a SIG. It's like got a big old weird bore axis on it, but the ergonomics are crazy on them.
They kind of VP9ish a little bit. Yeah,
it's literally like it's like SIG and HK like birthed it. You know, I mean, obviously Walter or Walther. I don't know which way you say it.
Hello, Walter.
No.
Name the movie.
Yep, send it to us. Yep, if you can say it, if you can name it, email us at minutemen.initiative.
Dude, someone's going to nail that.
And we'll send you something for it. So there you go. And by the way, when you email us there, minutemen.initiative@gmail.com, because we've been getting a lot of emails, which we appreciate, but I didn't realize, or I think I did, and I just was dumb, and I was like, just contact us. But I have a lot of people I got to respond to. So if I haven't responded to you yet, or if Steven hasn't responded to you yet, we see it. We got it. We got your email. I'm trying to get there, but I have a ton. Like, my email correspondence is becoming almost like a full-time job, which is crazy. Not because of the podcast, I'm saying because of all the company stuff that we have to do. So because of that, I think we're definitely gonna need to separate it, because they get buried in our email, our company email, a little bit, because we have a lot of people reaching out about orders and stuff like that. But anyways, I don't want to bore everybody with that, so just hit us up on that Minutemen Initiative email. Yeah. But yeah, the Walthers though, I think they're pretty good. They're making a lot of modern platforms that are pretty cool. I guess I'm kind of, for this whole concept, I think it's really hard to look past Glock if you're just looking at it very realistically. Yeah. Also, the Walthers, you're going to spend more money. They're a lot of these are more expensive, and I don't think they're superior. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't either.
Especially for performance. There's a reason. I mean, just take a quick look around at the industry. Not even just professionally. Professionally, it's no given. Like, Glock outserves everybody. Like, they've just been around longer, and they just continue to have really good track records, and one of the most prolific standard issue duty handguns out there. But even just looking at the actual industry, like different instructors, different, influential people, whether it's like on Gunstagram or whatever you want to call it, they're all using Glocks generally. You see a few guys that are out there smacking around with SIGs. Some of them are shilling. Some of them are literally getting paid to run SIGs. I think some of that's come out and stuff like that. But generally, it's a lot. You see a lot of Glocks, and a lot of big name people that have a lot of respect in the industry are just rocking Glocks. So, and that's not because that's not by accident. Is what I'm trying to say. So, but getting back into, unless you have anything else on like guns, we do recommend.
No, that should be all the recommendations.
I would strongly advise against XDs and XDMs from Springfield. Also, Springfield's coming out with like they've got their whole Hellcat line.
We're not suggesting
single
stack,
any compact systems. Subcompact guns, I think, are a mistake, especially for daily carry. That might surprise people, but no, they're not. They might be more comfortable to carry, but if comfort is your primary focus, like if that's your primary goal to achieve for carrying a gun, then you have the wrong mentality for carrying a gun, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Comfort should be like, obviously you want to try to be as comfortable as you can, but even just the responsibility of carrying a gun is not a comfortable responsibility. It should be taken very seriously, and you should have a healthy respect. I don't want to say discomfort because that's not right, because you want to be confident in your abilities, and you should be if you train and so on and so forth. But I think the pursuing comfort as your primary focus before anything else, I think is setting yourself up for failure. And once you start thinking about the practical uses and stuff of what you want out of a handgun, I don't think it leaves much room for many subcompact systems. Now I know there's like you got the Glock 48 and the SIG 365 macro, I think.
XL.
No, the new one that just came out. The XL too, but the macro or whatever. And then you have like the Hellcat Pro and all these guns that are kind of trying to be like, they're subcompact, like they're single stack frames, but they're running double stack mags. And so you're getting the same capacity as like a Glock 19. You know, you could maybe justify it for yourself if you really wanted to go down that route. But again, it's like, I want a robust, long-lasting system. I'm not saying those can't be. I'm sure they can, but time will tell. And I don't have enough experience with those to tell you one way or the other.
Yeah.
But full subcompacts like Glock 43s and stuff like that, and like the Hellcat, the original Hellcat, and the regular SIG 365, nope, I don't recommend them at all. I think it's a compromise, and a big compromise. There's too many cons. Like all the benefits we talked about a full-size gun, contrast against that. Like, there are benefits for a full-size gun for a reason. So don't try to justify some small gun because you think it's going to be easier to hide or more comfortable, because that's not the case, especially if you spend good money on a proper holster and you have good techniques to carry.
Yeah, and I think that's a misconception for like, oh, well, I'm a small person, so I'm going to get a small gun. It's like, dude, smaller guns are so much harder to control for shooting them. Like, I went through this with my wife. It's like, she wanted a Glock 43 at one point, and I was like, all right, whatever, like, we'll get a Glock 43, because she's like, I'm not going to carry anything else because everything else is too big. And I'm like, okay, whatever. But then we sold it because she hated shooting it. She absolutely hated shooting it. And I knew that was going to happen, so I was just like, whatever. I guess she's going to have to learn this the hard way, and that's...
Yeah, and sometimes that's the way you go, and
now she has a 19, so...
Yeah. And if you're one of those people that's like, gone down that road, then you know what we're talking about. Or maybe you're still on that road and you're like, oh crap, but you're starting to like really look at things. And again, I don't want anybody to get discouraged. If you hear us talk crap about a gun you own, that's not personal. This is, again, it's our opinion, it's our experience, and it's also going off of a lot of other validated experience within the community and the industry. Another thing I'd say is, like, just because companies are coming out with new guns, and I'm using air quotes, innovating, that doesn't mean that you should just go buy that. Like, the newest, coolest gun that just came out is not necessarily going to be the best.
Yeah. Like, I remember being kind of hesitant with the Glock Gen 5s at first, because I was like,
yeah,
I hope they're still as reliable. But then once we started seeing how they're good, they're still just as good as they were, you know. So now I have a Gen 5. Technically, I have a 19X, is what I carry. So
yeah.
But yeah, I think all that to be said, that's basically our, like, if we didn't mention it, it's probably something that we're not suggesting.
I do want to pick on a couple specifically really quick, because I think they're commonly purchased. But the Glock clones, are something that is very, very common now.
Yeah.
They're not all bad, but be very, very careful. And again, if you're trying to, like, I think the reasoning a lot of people go with a lot of these Glock clones is like, you know, usually they have improved ergonomics. You know, they might look kind of cool or whatever. It's like, yeah, again, what's the purpose here? Now, the improved ergonomics, I think that makes sense. Like, you know, a lot of people are rooting and raving about shadow systems. You know, to be completely honest, I'm not super impressed with shadow systems. That doesn't mean I don't think they work. I'm sure they do. I don't have anything against them. I just haven't seen a reason to really get one over just getting a Glock. When the prices are similar, they're a little bit cheaper, I think, barely.
They come optics ready, and like the optics sit super low. So I would say that's the only benefit that you gain.
You could say ergonomics, like their frame, the way they cut the frame is a little bit better. They have a little bit different angle, I think, but I've shot them and I'm like, it feels like a Glock. It doesn't feel, it's not enough. It's negligible. It's not enough to be like, oh man, you know,
gotta have it.
And again, you can also do framework. You can get framework done in your Glock that, you know, I don't know. Some people will be like, I don't want to have to do that. I just want to be able to go get it ready to go. Cool.
And go get shadow systems. We don't care.
Yeah.
Like,
ones that we have seen a lot of problems with are the polymer 80s.
Yeah.
Seen a lot of issues with those. Most of the time it leads to people just not milling them out right, you know?
Yeah.
But even ones that are professionally done, I've seen, you know, we have people bring them in and ask if we can fix them all the time. And we're always just like, nope, we're not touching those because it's a lot of people start chasing the rabbit. You know, they're just like,
yeah,
you just start chasing problems because I don't know. I'm not super impressed with their plastic, like the composition they use for their frames and stuff. I'm not super impressed with. You know, there's a lot of Glock clones out there coming out. Because,
the dagger.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, the Palmetto dagger.
Dude, that thing is
dumb.
Like, just save a little more money and get a Glock.
Yeah,
like, why?
Not even that much more. Like, they're what, like $350 or something, right around in there. Super cheap, I know, and you can get them on sale for even cheaper. I mean, if you can cop one on like one of the crazy Palmetto sales that happen all the time and get one for like $190, like I had a guy come in here and be like, I got this thing for $199. It's like, you know what? Cool. Like, it's an extra. It takes Glock parts, like, but at the end of the day, it's like, what are we carrying this gun for?
Yeah.
It's like, why do we want a $200? Why do we want a gun that we saved hundreds of dollars on just because?
Yeah.
That I tell people all the time this with tourniquets. People are like, oh man, tourniquet's like $30. That's expensive. It's like, I promise you, if you ever have to put this on yourself or someone else, you are never going to think about that $30 you spent.
No.
And the same applies for your handgun. If you have to use a handgun in self-defense, the thought that's going through your head is not going to be like, oh, man, this thing was $600.
Unless you bought a staccato.
You might think about it when it went into evidence, you know.
I'd be thinking about it if I bought a staccato.
Oh, yeah. But you're not going to be thinking about it with a Glock. You're going to immediately be like, all right, I'm going right back to the store and I'm getting another one. Or I'm going to pull out my extra that you should probably have. But
yeah.
Anyways, so Glock clones, and then like I was saying about new guns coming out, like you got the Springfield Echelon, and you know all these new guns coming out. It's like, why do you think they keep coming out with these new guns that aren't getting a lot of traction? It's like at the end of the day, they're not at the same level as far as professional performance and use goes as some of these other options. So
yeah.
Rant's over.
We're getting into like, now let's make this gun even better.
Yeah.
Before this podcast turns into 5 hours, because we're well on our way right now.
It won't be that long. Everyone's like, oh no.
Yeah. Getting into optics and sights. This is obviously.
It's not that important.
It's very important. Yeah.
You got to be able to aim, right?
You got to be able to aim. And just like a rifle, some people are like, well, you don't really need a red dot. Why not, though? I think it's a well worth of an upgrade on a modern pistol platform nowadays.
I don't think hardly anybody says that about rifles anymore.
No.
And
no, I'm saying, but back in the day, that was a thing.
Yeah.
And it's like,
and you see it now with handguns.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, Grandpa, like it's time to move forward with the times.
Yeah.
They do give you an advantage. Like
they do.
There's no way around it. A little bit of a training curve, you know, or a learning curve, I guess, but definitely advantageous to have.
So, so we'll get right into it. So there's kind of two different red dot sight types. There's open emitters and there's closed emitters. So for open emitters, the things we are going to suggest is, both of us run them, is a Trijicon RMR.
Yeah, hard to beat. I mean, been around forever. Kind of the father of the game when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously there were sites that came before, like the Doctor and stuff like that. But as far as a pedigree of just dominating that role, I mean, for a long time it was like the best option.
Yeah.
And in some cases it still is one of the best options.
Yep.
It's super robust. It's got a lot of different variants. They've modified it and improved it over the years as technology's improved. You can have versions with batteries, versions without, versions that are dual illumination. Like it's, you know, they're a good system.
They are tough.
They're tried and true.
They are so tough.
Yep.
The SRO is something I would suggest as well.
Yep.
From Trijicon. They are a good dot sight. It's a little bigger window, which isn't all that needed. I think it's a little overhyped. I think that just comes down to good presentation with your handgun. That comes down to good training. And you don't really need that big of a window.
Yeah.
I guess if you're in awkward positions, kind of like what we talked about in the optics podcast the last time we talked, or the episode, and there's benefit to having a little bigger window in those situations, but you're going to have like parallax issues and things like that, which isn't a huge deal with handguns because it's usually a little shorter distance and whatnot. But
yeah. Yeah, the SRO, I mean, some people worry about its durability. It's been known to, like, the lens has popped out on people or broken out, you know, and it's definitely more focused around kind of a competition style optic. But, I mean, what do you, like, I don't know. At the end of the day, I mean, fitting this role, I could maybe say that, but I think for most situations, that is not going to happen to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're worried about it, then that's when you can just look at just getting an RMR or that new, what's it called? The new one that just came out is the RMR HD or something. What's it called?
Yeah, something like that. That's the one that's not a closed emitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, which that one I'm kind of waiting on because I don't have personal experience on it. I'm sure it's going to be just fine because Trijicon does such a good job at making smaller red dot sights.
Yeah.
Like, all their optics have done really, really good. So I'm sure it's going to be just fine, but I'm not going to sit here and say like, oh yeah, you can go out and get it because I don't know. There could be issues with it.
Yeah. It's kind of a blend. It's literally like it's the RMR HD.
Yeah.
But it's an RMR with just a bigger objective lens basically. And it's kind of a blend between the RMR, like the having the duty kind of focus and rigidity and durability of the RMR, but with more of the benefits that you get out of the SRO.
Yeah.
So
yeah, me personally, if I'm gonna suggest it, like, hey, what I do, obviously, I'm doing what I would do, and that's to get the RMR, just the standard. It's a solid dot sight. Another one I'd suggest is the Leupold Delta Point Pro.
Mm-hmm.
I would not suggest their earlier ones. I actually used to own one of their earlier ones. It wasn't a bad sight, but I think the RMR is far superior. The Delta Point Pro is not bad. I still would prefer the RMR over it, but I think it's a good red dot sight. Like it's reliable and
yeah,
it does what it's supposed to do. So Yeah, and that's kind of honestly for open emitters. That's kind of all I'm going to suggest because
I don't really know why you'd go anywhere else. Right now I'm sure there's people that are like raising their hand. They're like, whoa, what about Holosun? And we'll talk about that. But as far as open emitters go, that's our recommendations. And the Delta Point Pro, we make that recommendation last for a reason. I think the RMR, the options from Trigicon are going to be far better than the Leupold Delta Point Pro. And I would make sure it's their newest generation.
Yeah.
But it's got a big window and stuff like that. It's pretty cool, but I think it's, when it comes to durability, I would probably actually rely on the SRO over a Delta Point Pro personally.
Yeah.
So,
and things to avoid. So optics that we're going to suggest to avoid, and this is for a variety of reasons, and I can kind of get into some of the reasons why here shortly, but we just made a little list. Holosun is out. A lot of their stuff's got shake awake functions, which are just funky and weird and not super reliable.
Yeah.
They got too much going on. We kind of got into this with our rifle podcast. Like, if you are that much cheaper and then you have all these other options, they're cheaping out somewhere in order to build their optic. There's some reliability issues as far as those things go, and it's just not...
Lots of QC issues.
It's not worth having that for another $100 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
More. It's not worth even taking a chance with it, in our opinion. Vortex, same way. They're cheap, weird. I'm kind of out on them as far as their pistol red dot sights.
Yeah.
SIG, out hard. Their dots, like, we were running that one, and like the dot you could see, like, I don't know what the heck was going on, but it was like fading in and out.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude,
man,
no, I'm out. Bushnell makes them trash. I'm out on that. Pretty much anyone. I'm pretty sure Swamp Fox makes them, which are also just like
stupid, dude.
Like, why are you even taking a chance with that? Like, you don't put the red dot on there just like, well, I got iron sights as backup. It's like, dude, you don't want to have to use your iron sights if you don't have to.
Yeah.
Like, just put a good red dot on there that you know it's going to work.
I think we've bridged into this realm, and I remember it happening with ARs back in the day for AR builds, like in the commercial space, not in the not in the military or like professional base, like the law enforcement or whatever. But we've bridged into this era now where I think most people accept that dot sights are the future, like having micro red dots on handguns is better.
Yeah.
I mean, it's clear with manufacturing. Every new pistol coming out has a footprint now to mount optics on. Like, that's just it's becoming common practice. It's going to be, just something that's on handguns now. Yeah. Just like it is with rifles. You rarely ever see fixed iron sights on a modern AR build anymore. Backup iron sights, sure. And that's kind of what's happening with handguns. Because of that, I think people that are buying handguns that are getting into it, whether their budget's low or they just don't understand the market, they haven't actually looked into it. They see like, oh man, cool. Like, oh, I follow this guy on YouTube and he's got this cool pistol and it's got an optic on it and a light and, oh, sick. I want to have that. And then they start they start looking at the pricing and they actually start looking at the financial investment in that. And they're like, holy crap. Like, seriously, the Trigicon RMR is almost $600.
Yeah.
That's more than my handgun was, which is not an uncommon theme.
No.
Optics are generally more money than the gun. That's it's very common across the board.
Yeah.
But we've shifted into this thing. Like I said, it happened with ARs when dot sights were like all the rage. And I remember my first AR. I remember buying a AR and then I wanted the classic like M68, the Comp M4. I wanted the aim point, and then I found out they were like $600, and I was like, "What? And I realized that it was like devastated. I thought it'd be like $90 or something, you know?
Yeah.
Because I just spent like $1,000 on my AR back then, and I was just young and dumb, and like, you know, had like a minimum wage job, and so I've been there and I get it. But I saved up for an actual, you know, Comp M4 back in the day.
Yeah.
And found a used one on sale and the whole nine. Well, anyways, but I remember being like super upset. I was like, crap. Well, I think we're in a same thing now where people know it's expected and like kind of common practice to put dot sights on pistols, and people are like, okay, well, I want to at least kind of look the part. Yeah, I want to kind of like I want to be socially accepted in the handgun world, and I want to be like modernized, and I want to get like halfway there. So they buy these like very affordable, budget-friendly options, whether it's from Holosun, Swamp Fox, or whatever it is. You know, all these optics that promise all these cool kind of novelty features that sound really good at first. When in the end of the day, it's like, what does this thing do? Well, it provides you a point of aim so you can hit your target and hit it quickly.
Yeah.
And it provides, you know, it's one focal plane versus having to do like, you know, with traditional sight alignment, you identify your target, you place your front sight on that target, and you focus on that front sight and line up your rear sights. So you're removing a whole not discipline, but you're removing an entire step when you have an optic, because you find your target, you identify your target, and then you focus that dot on that target and you shoot.
Yep.
That's a pretty cool capability to have.
Also, it translates over, like if you have done a lot of AR training, like staying focused on your target versus staying focused on your sight picture.
Yeah.
Is a little bit more in line. Like as far as red dots, like you stay focused on the target and you just put your dot on it.
So I think people see these benefits and they're like, oh, and they accept that and they're like, cool, but they're kind of gun shy to fully invest in a good optic system. And they're inadvertently, or the budget makes it a lot harder, and then they're inadvertently ending up with something that's a lot cheaper, that's not nearly as reliable. And I mean, if you're just shooting periodically, then
Holosun's
you know,
fine.
Whatever. Or if you're like, man, I really want to train and start learning the system, start learning it, then like we've talked about before, then I think in the interim it's good, but we usually recommend like just save a little bit more.
Yeah,
you
run
can get
irons,
something
man.
a lot better.
There's benefit to running your gun with irons first.
Yeah.
There's a lot of benefit.
For sure.
Presentation gets locked down. Like, your presentation gets slightly shifted once you put a red dot on, because your presentation doesn't have to come up quite as high. But it's like you said, it's pretty negligible, and there's benefit to just learning your gun with iron sights, because iron sights aren't completely a waste after that either. And we'll get into that here shortly, but because that's another thing that I disagree with that's getting pushed a lot. But
yeah.
So we get on open emitters, we can get in closed emitters.
Yeah, we can.
And if you don't know what open emitter and closed emitter is, basically, you have your emitter that puts your laser up on a pane of glass, and on an open emitter, it's your basically, dot. Puts your dot on a pane of glass, and that's going to be open, so like rain and debris can get in and like potentially block your emitter. So obviously there's a level of durability that's kind of in question there with open emitter versus closed emitter. Closed emitter is like a full boxed in system, like a standard like aim-point micro or and
it does matter. I've seen some people kind of try to say like, oh, it's not that big of a deal, and I would say that, you know, like I run a standard RMR on my carry gun, and it's concealed carried, so it's protected from the elements. It's inside my waistband, so it's rarely ever a problem. But when we're doing training and it's super heavy rain, or where I've really noticed is when we have a lot of like it's dumping the snow, which we deal with a lot here. I have had problems of like
snow getting in there,
snowflakes going in there, and then they melt, and then your dot just goes, it just it just splinters your dot, and it's unusable. And you have to either wipe it out with like your finger, which usually makes it worse for a little bit until it gets all out of there, or you got to just go, you just shoot through the tube, like in the moment, obviously you just, oh crap. And you just either revert to your backup iron sights if they're co-witnessed, or you just use your, kind of do the old method where you actually use the housing of your optic as your sights kind of, which works pretty good.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a thing, and it's something to consider. And if you live in an austere environment, or if you know that you're going to have this gun subjected to a lot of potential environmental things like snow, rain, stuff, and it's
mud. Yeah.
Like if you're carrying outside the waistband, for example, this is where, like if I was a cop and I had to carry outside the waistband, I would definitely have an enclosed emitter over an open one.
Yeah.
It's just my personal preference, just because I've ran into the issues before, running my carry gun on my outside the waistband setup, and your RMR's sitting there, barrels pointed at the marching surface. No, pointed at the ground, and it's just basically catching all of the snow, and it's just making a little lake inside of your optic.
Yeah.
And then when you deploy your firearm, usually you shoot
holsters can kind of prevent that a little bit, but
yeah,
we'll get into that a little later.
And usually you shoot a couple times and it throws that rain or whatever out of there. But I have had it, like especially if we're doing some stuff where we're rolling around in the mud, where mud gets in there and it's just over, dude. Like there's nothing you can do about it. You got to like go clean it,
Yep.
So something to think about. But
so enclosed emitters, aim point, the P2, and we'll talk about the P1 later, but the P2 is their newest model. The Aimpoint P2 is a solid red dot sight, and it is an enclosed emitter, so you're not worried about that. They did have some issues, and apparently well, it wasn't us directly, but a good friend of ours had to contact them because he was looking to buy one. He was making sure that got figured out. Supposedly it's all figured out as far as the moisture building up inside of the actual unit.
Yep.
People were having issues with that, and apparently it was only with a very small batch of them, and then they've already sorted that out. They obviously returned them and then got new optics. So that being said, if you have one that's having issues with moisture, contact Aimpoint, and
they'll get you hooked
up.
And
they'll get you hooked up, hopefully. I'm not going to speak for them, but I would assume they would.
They take care of their customers. They're pretty good.
Yeah, Aimpoint's just the G's when it comes to red dots.
The Swedes, dude.
Dude, there's always the option of like the old school method as well, and I'm going to suggest it because why not? Is run a micro series like a T1 or T2 on your handgun.
The vibes are immaculate, dude.
Dude, if you have the cojones to rock that,
I want to so bad.
Go for it.
I want to do it.
Be that guy.
I don't know why. I've just always loved
It looks sick, actually.
Oh, man. The biggest thing, though, about it is that it's a lot of weight.
Yeah, which potentially.
And pretty big housing to have reciprocating on your slide.
Yeah.
Which anytime you add more weight to your slide, you're going to have more slide mass, more weight, more inertia. So as it shoots, you'll feel a little bit more recoil. But I've shot a few platforms that had the T1 on it. A buddy I used to train with all the time had a setup like that. And I was like, I remember when I first saw it, I was like, what in the world? Because this was like in the era where this stuff wasn't as common.
Yeah.
And I was like, what in the monstrosity? And he was like, dude, just check it out though. And I remember trying it and being like, this is sick. And then back then, I saw how much T1s were and I was just like, what? Like, cause they're like, they're still expensive, but back then they were, $700-800. It's like, whoa, it's going to be really expensive.
So sick looking though. And especially on a Glock for whatever reason, I think they just look so good on there.
And you could literally like breach a door with the T1 on your Glock if you needed to.
I would say really, that if you're going to,
they're strong.
I don't know if they're going to fit in like Safariland holsters and things like that. So you might have some issues there as far as like.
Yeah, no, you'll definitely need a custom holster, I think. But the P2 though, the micro P2 is really good. The old mailbox, and it's so sick. Like it's such a good, robust system. Now the old ones, they had I'm maybe kind of getting ahead of myself a little bit here, but they had some problems mainly with battery. Like the battery life was like 5,000 hours, which is just like the very early ones. And then I think it was like 10,000, and they kind of tried to.
Yeah.
So the new ones have a good old fashioned aim point standard of 50,000 hours which is 5 years, of battery life. That's acceptable. That's way better.
Yep.
But yeah, aim point for enclosed emitters, they're the champions of it. They've been killing that game for a long time.
Yeah.
Hard to look past them. But
so getting into the next suggestion, this is kind of our last suggestion. We don't have many suggestions on either of these because honestly, there's just not a lot of people doing it to the standard that
we recommend.
That Trigicon, and honestly Trigicon's doing, but aim point for the closed emitters. But the Trigicon RCR, which is going to be their newest, along with the RMR HD or whatever, it's going to be their newest line of micro red dots for handguns, and it's a closed emitter. And it's kind of, I'm going to assume it's going to be good just because it's Trigicon and they're just good at doing these, but I could be wrong.
They just came out. So like 2 weeks ago.
I'm not going to sit here and say, go get one and go spend the money on it. I would probably, like if you came to me right now and were like, what should I get? And it was between that and just a standard RMR, I'm probably going to say the standard RMR for now, just because we don't have enough data on the RCR yet. So now at the recording of this podcast, at this episode, so we will maybe update you guys on that, like what we think later in the future, but we'll see. Things to avoid. Now, some of these that I have on this list aren't super bad optics, but they have little things that kind of knock them out of the category of something that I would put on my duty gun. So we'll start with what you already talked about, the Aimpoint P1. Bad battery life, like terrible battery life.
Yeah.
Doesn't last nearly long enough to even justify trying to run on a duty purpose handgun. Like if we're talking about what we talked about at the beginning, like you're talking about potential like fallout and resources being low, you are not going to have the batteries to feed that thing in a situation like that. Plus, I mean, if you can get on a routine as far as like just in the today and now, like for everyday carry, then it'll probably work just fine. It's a good optic as far as like how tough and stuff it is, and it functions as a red dot. But for battery life, I would say no. That's what's kicking it out. Yeah,
and keep in mind that was one of the first, if not the first, like handgun specific enclosed emitter optic, I believe, that came out.
No, I think Holosun.
I don't think it did. Not the P1. I think Aimpoint hit the ground running with that thing, and then Holosun started poking around with their 509 or whatever it's called. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the P1, I mean, that thing was out a long time ago. I think the very first SHOT Show we went to had the P1 was just making its presence known. That was several years ago. But anyways, I could be a little bit off on that, so don't quote me on that. But the point I was trying to make is that that was a period of innovation where they were trying to figure out how do we maintain aim point standards of toughness and reliability in this small package, and at that time they just had to sacrifice battery power, I believe. But the P2, the new one, doesn't have that same issue. So
yeah. So another one I am not going to suggest, but I don't think it's a terrible optic. I don't feel comfortable with suggesting it. Is the Steiner MPS?
Yeah.
I've heard some good things about it, but I've also heard some pretty weird things about it. So, if you got one and you love it, rock it.
Sick. Steiner's a good company. So
yeah, they are a good company. I've just heard some weird things. Like they got like a weird 12-hour shut-off period. I don't know if that's like, I don't know. It just seems like something that could go faulty, and I don't like all that extra.
Yeah.
Like just let it run. Like it is not burning that much battery.
No.
Unless you're an Aimpoint P1, it is not burning that much battery just to be like staying on. And their lifetime, like the battery life was much improved compared to the P1, which that's what they were trying to get in the market with. But then the P2 came out and it was kind of just like, okay, whatever. You don't really have much to add Holosun, we're gonna get into them again. Same situation.
Yeah.
If it's like we said, if it's all you can afford, I might go the Holosun over. I'd probably go over the Aimpoint P1 because that battery was just terrible, and it's like a toss up between that and the Steiner. So that being said, like if for whatever reason you just really want an enclosed emitter and the RCR and the P2 is just not available anywhere,
or you can't afford them because they are a lot more expensive.
Yeah.
But,
then it's not. I won't say it's a bad option. I would just say I wouldn't run it on a. And this is going back. This is our personal opinion. So yeah, that's.
Yeah, and just to kind of, I mean, there's a reason we don't recommend Holosun, and it doesn't take a lot of looking around to see that they have had some problems. They're not known to be reliable. You've got people that'll try to tell you different, like, oh no, like I've got, you always hear the anecdotal experience, and every optic company has problems. There's bad apples in all of the brands, but the concentration of bad apples within Holosun is just too much, in my opinion. They're made in China. They're known to have QC problems. They have a great warranty. Yeah, they'll send you a brand new one and stuff like that. But it's like if that's something that's happening, how long is that thing really going to last you?
Yeah,
they're known to have circuitry problems where the circuitry just does not stand up to the test of time and under a lot of recoil. And I'm talking heavy use. Like this is a system that should be able to go. I mean, like I said before. I mean, my system has well over 20,000 rounds through it. And that's a pretty conservative estimation. I could probably be closer to 30, honestly, with this.
Yeah.
I'm splitting the difference because I do shoot my 17 quite a bit as well, and I think that's got more rounds through it. I've had it longer, and I've shot it a lot more than my 19. So, but these Glock systems can regularly go well over 50,000 rounds without much parts maintenance.
Yeah,
it's pretty common, and RMR will go for the ride, something like an RMR will.
Yeah, it will.
That is not the case for Holosun. And I know there's a lot of people out there doing like drop tests and all these little fancy tests on YouTube and stuff like that. That's fine, but just look at the information available and the by volume, like the number of them being used. Just the small amount we've seen come through here and the amount of people we've seen come into the shop have problems.
Yeah,
I can't think of one time I've seen someone come in here with an RMR with a problem. Ask us some questions about it.
I have not seen that.
It's happened numerous times for Holosun. Like, any idea what's going on here? And we're always like, dude, I don't know. You're gonna have to contact them. Like, we don't work on optics, Like,
yeah.
Or people have like, yeah, I've just noticed like my dots like flashing every time I shoot. It's like, yeah, your circuitry's coming disconnected.
Yeah.
Or like your power's. Your battery's bouncing inside there and losing connection and regaining or whatever it is, Yeah. That's not something that should be happening. The amount of Holosuns I've seen in classes and stuff like that you look through them and there's just moisture caught on the inside of the lens. Dude, that's a huge problem. Like,
yeah. And
again, it's not like you're buying them for $50. If they only cost like $50, it'd be like, that's where that cost to performance ratio might level out, but they're not. They're several $100s. They're still, I think most of them are well over $200. It's like, your $200 to $300 range. I think some of them are even more than that. Like some of the titanium enclosed.
I honestly don't even know what they go for.
Yeah. It's like, dude, again, what's the purpose of this? This should be an asset, not a liability. We should never have a concern. And yeah, you might have to spend a little bit more money, but again, you're investing in a platform that you're using for a mission that you take seriously. So yeah, there's just too many problems right now with Holosun, and I just don't know if they're going to level themselves out. And your point you made is so good. You made it in the last one of the other episodes, and you made it again today. It's like, how in the world are these optics coming out with way more features than some of these other more tried and proven and more respected optics? Like way more features. Like let's look at the Aimpoint P2, for example. It's got night vision settings, but you can you turn it on and it's on, and it's got a dot, and there you go. That's it. And then it's got, but it's built super well. It's like it's properly purged. It's sealed. It's very robust, very tough, So a lot of your money that's put into that thing is into it being extremely reliable for duty purpose.
Yeah.
Now shift gears and look over at some Holosun options. It's got shake awake. It's got, I've got 7 different dots. I can change the color. It's got solar panels that pop out of the top and start finding the sun, and it travels with the sun, and, directional.
Dude,
and it's like, dude, what is going on? Like, what is all that? What are we doing with all that?
I don't know.
It's got, it's made out of titanium, and it's like, and it's $215. It's like, why?
What's going on the inside?
It's not because you've got some greedy corporation of Trigicon and Aimpoint being like, yeah, well, too bad. Like, you wanna play with our stuff, you gotta pay for it. It's like, no, you're paying for extreme scrutiny, high levels of quality control, lots and lots of testing to the point to where they can be used in government contracts across many nations, like that's what you're paying for. And you're paying for it to be manufactured in a country that gives a crap.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I don't care what you say. Yeah, we all use stuff that's made in China. I'm not going to be one of those guys that's like, don't ever buy anything from China. Like, so many things that we use are made in China. I'm sure these mics we're talking into are probably made in China. Actually, I don't think they are, but I don't know. I don't know where Shure has their microphones made, but anyways, point being, we all use stuff from China, like phones, whatever. So I'm not going to be one of those guys, but there's no oversight. You have no idea what's actually going on in the factories it's in. And I'm not trying to just crap all over Holosun, because some of this stuff carries over to other brands, but it's just something to think about. And I really think it's worth considering. And instead of just being like, I'm going to jump straight into a red dot sight because I feel like I need to have one on here, and I'm just going to put this on, because if I don't have one, I'm going to be judged, or I'm going to feel weird, or it's like, just like you said before, shoot with irons, get really good. Like, I promise you won't be able to train to a level where you'll outshoot the gun with irons and need the red dot sight. Yeah. Red dot sight's going to make you better, but you could always just be getting that much better with iron sights is going to make you just that much better when you put a red dot sight on it. Yep. So keep saving, get a good quality one.
Put your Holosun on your airsoft gun.
Yeah. And if you want to do that, then cool. And Vortex, Sig, all these other companies that you listed, or Swamp Fox or whatever. Like, dude, the name alone. I'm sorry, but like, that's just, I don't know.
Makes you sick.
It just reminds me of like, it just reminds me like growing up in school, and when you're young, I remember like, our family. We Steven and I grew up in an amazing family. Like, I wouldn't trade that for anything. But when we were growing up, our family didn't have a lot of money. Like, it wasn't, we couldn't afford like name brand stuff. Yeah. I remember you go to school and it's like, everyone's got their Nike like Air Jordans on or whatever, and you're like, oh, those are so cool, and everybody's like, whatever. And then you got the guy that which is usually me, where you roll up with Skechers on, dude, and you're just like, yeah, I got those Skechers, and everyone's just like, oh, cool, dude, It's like, it's just not the same. It doesn't carry the same weight. I feel like it's the same way, like when you roll up to a conversation, it's like, dude, yeah, I got the it always starts with the gun. It's just like, yeah, man, I got that Springfield Echelon. So sick. You're just like, oh, cool. Yeah, and I got a Swamp Fox on it. And you're just like, yeah, dude. Right on. I mean, and I don't say that, like, I'm not trying to be disparaging. I get that. What? I know. I'll probably sound like a douche. Not trying to be douchey. I'm sorry. Again, it all comes back to like if you cannot afford the better stuff, then I'm not gonna be one of those guys that's like, well, too bad, just keep saving. Like, obviously, at some point, know your limitations and get what you can. Try to get the best you can. But the reason I'm preaching this so hard is because people settle so quickly when they can easily afford something better. It just takes more patience and more work. You can get it. Like, again, I'm not somebody that's ever made a bunch of money. I still don't to this day. But I save up and I buy. I try really hard not to compromise ever. And I have before. I've compromised, and I always regret it. I always do. Yeah. I've owned a lot of random stuff that I'm like, this thing's kind of sick. It's just as good. I try to play the just as good justification, or at least I did. Steven's smiling at me because he knows.
Well, I'm just thinking about like people that say, I'm basically infantry.
Oh, no, dude. You know, but I've done that with gear. I've done it with gear, and it's you always end up wishing you could bought the better thing, and you end up buying it usually. Oh, so it's just, I know,
just hurting so many feelings.
I'm sorry, but if that's all you can afford, and you know what, if you're someone that's got one and it works great for you, and you're putting in the work with it, you've got thousands around, so and you've had no problems, then I've got no problems with that.
Yeah, that's what
you trust it. That's the whole point of this. If it's something that you can trust, and you're like, dude, I've got the time on it, I do trust this, then what I'm saying means nothing, and you're good to go. That's sick. I'm not gonna be like a brand Nazi and be like, it has to be this brand, but I'm not gonna recommend it.
Yeah,
and that's where we're at. We're recommending the brands we're recommending because of the track record they have. We've had experience with.
This is more for someone that's either looking to get a new setup that's more reliable because they've had issues, or someone who's just new to getting something that's more reliable.
Yeah.
If you've been in this game for a long time and you've gone through, your trials and tribulations with your handgun, and you're like, dude, I got a reliable setup. I had to go through a couple changes, but it's been great for me ever since. I don't have very many hiccups. Everything's working, and it's not the brands we're suggesting. Then obviously you figured it out yourself.
Yeah, you're good to go.
So
that doesn't mean we're going to recommend something that we have personally had extensive bad issues with. And that's the point that we're trying to make here. And we're always going to be honest, and with honesty comes sometimes some hard truths,
some harsh love.
And the amount of Holosun I see out there, it's very common, and it's not. I'm not just singling out Holosun. I kind of am, because we see it so much, and it's the best like example that we kind of have. But a lot of it is true with some of these other brands.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I think we're good as far as talking about what we suggest. Now, if you're someone that's listened to this list and you're like, well, which one do I select between the 6 of them that we suggested, or whatever it was? This is kind of like just breaking down like little things that you can look at when you're looking at these individual optics. So kind of pros and cons. So battery life and where the battery's placed is a good thing to look at. So obviously make sure your battery life's a decent amount of time. And this is going to be something that you kind of weigh out all these things, because some things are going to do things really well and some things are going to do them a little bit more poorly, even of the optics that we are saying like are good optics. So placement, by battery placement, I mean, can you change the battery without removing the optic? Me and Jacob both run RMRs. You have to remove the optic in order to swap the battery. Well, actually, you run a dual fuel, so
yeah,
I guess it doesn't matter for you. For me, I have to swap my battery, so I just basically do that every 2 years. I just do it on my birthday, is what I do, and it's an easy date for me to remember. They can go longer than that too. Like, I'm not super worried about it, but that's just a good.
They'll usually outrun the shelf life, like the recommended shelf life of the battery. Which is pretty impressive.
So, but that just keeps me at peace in mind that my optic's always going to work. But yeah, so that may be a con that you really don't like, that you have to remove the optic and you got to re-zero every time you do that. So you may want to get something that can be placed from the top or from the side or whatever. The dual power optics is also an option to look at. So with dual, powered optics comes usually a larger MOA dot.
Yeah.
You usually don't have as tight of a dot. So that's going to be kind of a pro and con you're going to have to weigh out.
Yeah, and that dual illumination that he's talking about is generally referring to Trigicon, and it's fiber optics and tritium are the two illumination powers that you have. So sunlight, obviously fiber optics amplify that and give you power your optic in the daytime, and then at nighttime tritium is radioactive, so it glows, which is kind of cool. You just have a little radioactive material in your optic that's just making it glow, which is kind of cool. But
I guess the one thing you need to know on that is they're roughly like a 15-year lifetime on the Trigicons.
On the tritium, not on the fiber optics.
Yeah. So that potentially runs its course. You can send them in and they'll swap it out for you, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how much that costs or if it even costs anything. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
We've never had to do it, so I'm coming up on it on one of mine. So I may do it here soon, but
have you noticed it depreciating at all?
Not really.
Yeah.
I mean, it still looks good. I mean, I don't know. You'd almost have to compare it up against the exact same MOA dot. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to tell and same color and everything, because otherwise you're not going to be able to really, I can't look through yours and then look through mine and see the difference, because yours is a completely different color dot than mine.
Yeah.
I got that amber and you got
it's green
dot.
Yeah.
Different color dots. That's something I don't even know if I put in there, but yeah, I did. But going back to the dual. So another negative that some people complain about, and it's just good to know. I don't have a ton of issues with it, but some people it's just absolutely destroys them, is if you're in a dark room aiming out into a lighter area, let's say you're in a house with the lights off, and you're aiming into sunlight daytime outside and you're having to shoot for whatever reason, it's a little bit harder to find your dot. And some guys just because obviously it's gathering the light around that's where you're at. So it's gathering the light from inside the dark room, and then you're trying to aim out into the bright area and your dot kind of gets lost in the brightness. I don't really have a ton of issues with it. I've practiced that quite a bit with the dual fuel I do have on my Glock 19 that I had before my 19X. And it's not a deal breaker for me, but some guys, that's just good to know if you didn't know that's a thing.
Well, and that's why you have backup iron sights too.
Yeah.
I think with a lot of this stuff, people chase the perfect solution for every situation, and it's not. You're going to run into something at some point in some under some parameter in some situation where something's not going to work right.
Yeah.
And that's across the board. That's going to happen with pretty much anything. Your LEDs and stuff like that aren't going to have really the same problem. That's what's interesting about that, the new one, the RMR HD. It's got that little sensor on it that faces forward. So did you see that?
Oh yeah.
So yeah, if you are in that situation, it will adjust your dot to the lighting you're pointing at rather than the lighting you're in.
But it's not dual field, is it?
No, it's just LED. It's LED,
yeah.
But
so it's kind of nice. But I just keep mine on a relatively safe setting, whether I'm in a darker area or a brighter area. So it's pretty small. It's a smaller dot. It seems it looks like a smaller dot if I'm aiming into a bright area, and it looks like a little bit bigger of a dot when I'm in a dark area, and it seems to work just fine for me. I don't really have to adjust it, or at least I don't know. I have pretty good eyes too. I don't really have bad eyes. Well, I have contacts, but with contacts in, I have pretty good eyes. Dot size. So getting into that, your MOA size dot. Some guys like a little bit larger. Some guys like a little bit smaller. I kind of lean toward a little bit smaller just because less of your target area is getting blocked up by a dot.
Yeah.
Then there's also different types of reticles. Me personally, I just lean toward just a single dot.
Just a dot, man. Yeah.
If you really want something else, there's some companies that have them, but me personally, it just needs to be a dot for me.
Yeah, and I don't really know. I mean, again, that's preference. I think most of the time you're going to find yourself, as you get more time on it, just being the dot is easier, because we got into pistol mounted red dots back before there was, I think since 2011 or something. We've been running pistol red dots for years. 2012 maybe.
I had one back in the military.
Yeah, so it's like there weren't options like there is now. So we grew up, if you will, on just single dots.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's why when I look through something like one of the Holosuns that have like adjustable reticles, it's just too much. Like I'm always like, ugh, and I'll like cycle through until I get to the point where it's just a dot, and so many people are always like, it's awesome because I can just pick it up and see it. And I'm like, I guess I just I can't, what's the word I'm looking for here? I can't connect with that. Like it's not better for me.
Yeah.
It's there's too much going on. I don't know if it's just it might just be how my brain works. Like my brain's just like, ugh, like I just feel like I have to do something with the rest of that information in there, I guess.
Yeah. My thing is, it's just like target identification. If I'm to the point that I'm presenting, like how many times in the military did you go into a room, clearing a room, especially in training, where they would try to trick you and the guy would be holding like something random that your target inside the room that is supposed to look like a handgun, but it's not a handgun. It's like a flashlight or something stupid. Yeah. But it's pointing in some weird direction that you would be like almost holding a handgun.
Yeah.
And you're looking through your dot at that point. Like you're about to engage.
Yeah.
But you realize before you pull the trigger, like, okay, you just quickly go into like get on the ground, kind of like do your thing, Same thing with a handgun. Like that's a high potential. Like you want to be able to still gather as much information through your dot if you need to. Like, yeah, you're going both eyes open, but like I don't want to have like a whole bunch of hogged up if I don't need it.
Yeah.
Me personally. And I don't know, it probably doesn't matter, honestly. Yeah. Like if you want it, go for it.
Yeah. I'm sure it's negligible. It's just for me. And again, that comes back to preference. I'm not going to sit here and say you should only have a dot because some people like that. And we've had like some of the guys we shoot with are like, man, it's easier for me to get on target with a ring and a dot. And I'm like, dude, cool. Like,
yeah,
sounds great. I think it's at the end of the day, it's like, I wouldn't let that inform what you get.
Yeah.
Like, don't let that be a deal breaker. Because at the end of the day, you're going to learn to just pick up that dot, and it's going to be super fast.
Yep. And then we kind of got into this, but like your kind of funky settings that I don't really feel like are needed, like shake awake and things like that optics I would just stay clear from. I think it's kind of a red flag for that optic if they have that kind of stuff because it's just not needed. Yeah. And then the last thing that we'll cover is cost and availability. So cost is obviously a big one. Like,
yeah.
If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. That's fine. Just get what you can. We kind of talked about that. Availability goes more than just can you get the optic. It's also is the availability there for mounting it to your handgun? Is the availability there for putting it in your holster? Like if it doesn't fit in your holster, if you're running a T1, but it's like I really want to run this Safariland. Yeah, you're probably not going to be able to run a T1 inside of Safariland. I can't like guarantee that because I've never tried it, but I don't know. So maybe it does work. If you do that, then awesome. I mean, I'm sure you could modify it. There's always that as well. But I'm just saying, just think about like your capabilities. Don't get something that's like, oh crap, now I got to change everything because I did this or that.
Yeah, and don't be overly niche to the point where you like nothing works because you're just trying to be so different.
Yeah.
Cost and availability. Cost too. Like I kind of regret saying what I said earlier, like because it sounded elitist, and I don't agree with that, and I don't want anything we say to ever come off like if you're not able to get these things, then you aren't, you can't be a part of this club. That's because that's dumb, and that's not true at all. I guess the more who I was targeting were the people that I know for sure can just afford that, and for some reason they're not fully committing to it.
Yeah.
You know who you are. If you're one of those people that's like, you can afford it and you can, or you can save up for it. And the only reason you're not doing it is just because it's like, it's either patience or it's like just a weird, like, I guess like insecurity about spending the money, it's like, remember, this is something that you got to invest in. Like, this whole thing it's a sacrifice, and there's financial sacrifice wrapped up in that.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you were someone that you're busting your butt, and we've all been there, and there's tons of people in that situation, I would rather you get something that's going to work and fill these positions than just not feel like you can't. So yeah, cost is a thing. And I think we've given some pretty good options for some more cost effective stuff. And I will say that from what I've seen out of everything, that out of the more cost effective optics, I think Holosun probably is your best bet.
Yeah.
I'm not going to outright recommend them because of all the problems we've seen, but out of like Swamp Fox and like even like SIG and stuff, it's
Vortex,
like,
I'd still go Holosun.
I think
those.
Yeah. So I want to say that I'm not going to stand up here on my ivory tower and act like I'm just, because I'm someone that has to really save for stuff. Like, again, we buy everything that we have. It's not like we're being given stuff at all. So I get it, and don't ever, if you literally just can't afford it, then Holosun I think is fantastic.
Never take food from your family's plate to buy a optic. That's crazy talk.
That being said, just get a simple one. Just get a simple, robust version. You don't need the model that's got all the features. Like, you just don't.
Yeah.
Some of their baseline Holosun, like, I've seen some of the best reviews and stuff on those, like as far as the circuitry and stuff like that goes. There's less going on. There's less to go wrong.
Yeah.
So yeah, and you'll save money. So if that's the whole point, you have to, like, budget is a primary concern. Then look at some of those baseline. It's a Holosun that turns on. It's got a dot and sweet. Like, you don't need all the shake,
bells and whistles.
The intruder alarms and all the weird stuff.
They don't have alarm.
Just all the weird stuff they have, like the solar power, all that. So, anyways.
All right. So I think that's a good place to leave red dots.
Yep.
We're gonna get into iron sights. Now, there's a big thing now that red dots have kind of taken the charge as far as having on your handgun. There's been this movement of people just being like, you don't need iron sights. It's a waste of an item to have on your gun. It's weight, or I don't know what they think it is. I don't know what's
That's
so
dumb.
bad about it.
It's an overcorrection. People do the same thing with rifles, and it's retarded.
Iron sights are a must for me. And honestly, if you can co-witness your iron sights, even better. I run suppressor height sights on all my handguns that have optics, because there's a very real chance that your optic goes down for whatever reason.
Yep.
Things that run on batteries don't last forever.
Right.
So yes, you can aim right through the window, and you can probably make decent shots from a fairly decent distance, I would say, as long as you're a good shooter.
Yeah.
But that doesn't change the fact that you still want to have a way to aim, especially if you're talking about, like, you got to count for every round that you shoot. So
yeah,
iron sights are smart to have.
For sure.
So for me personally, co-witnessing is a must. If you don't want to co-witness, just, I guess, leave the standard stock iron sights on there. They're just not really doing a ton for you in that situation, in my opinion. So as far as ones that I would look for, I would get metal ones, because the plastic ones are kind of weird. Like your standard Glock sights, they come on a Glock, are honestly pretty trash. Like, they work all right, but they're just like weird. But good metal, well machined.
Yeah, sharp
sights.
Edges helps a lot.
Yep.
And then it's preference
even height, even light. That's what they always say on the old iron sight. So the better machined it is, the easier that's going to be to kind of establish as far as making accurate shots with iron sights. You can get into a whole lot of things. The suggestions I made are kind of short. There's a ton of iron sights out there. Honestly, there's tons of good ones too. But I'm going to stick with Trijicon and Ameriglow, just because that's the ones I have the most experience with. They're
for night sights?
For just iron sights in general.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they make good suppressor height sights. There's other companies that make good suppressor height sights as well.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. There's tons of them. But anyways, and then you can start getting into a whole lot of other stuff. So, like, tritium, like the reflective glow that a lot of people put on their front sights, texturing to like help with reflection and things like that. That's up to you. Honestly, I'm not going to sit here and tell you what to do because everyone's different in that area.
Yeah,
like
that's very, very preference based.
Yeah, like
I think.
Me and Jacob are honestly very similar, I think, in the way our eyes pick up certain things. Like, honestly, we just don't want too much chaos going on.
Yeah. I'm kind of a fan of like blacked out sights, really.
Yeah.
Like, I just like sharp edges. I'm actually, if I'm just running iron sights on a handgun, I like a subdued rear sight and like a high vis front, whether that's like a fiber optic or like a combo. Like the Trijicon HDs have the bright illuminated front, and then it's also tritium. So I don't know. I used to be, like the old 3-dot traditional iron sight thing is kind of what I've always liked.
Yeah.
Some people like 8s where it's like a dot over a dot and, so on and so forth. It's very based on preference. Just, it needs to be something that's easy to use, fast to align, and
then
helps
also
you shoot accurately.
If you have a red dot, work on still shooting with your irons from time to time.
For sure.
Because it's a good skill to have, and it's one of those things like what you were saying. If you have a weird light transition thing where your optic isn't doing super well, you still have your iron sights right there.
Yeah.
So be capable with your iron sights.
Yeah,
they're there for a reason.
For sure.
I think there's too many benefits to have iron sights on there to say you don't need them or just don't worry about. Like, I think it's a good upgrade, especially for if you're running a red dot already. Mm-hmm. So lights and lasers.
Whoa.
Lights and lasers. So we're going to get on the lasers first thing because we're just going to go ahead and kill this before we get too far into it.
No, dude. The amount of feelings that are getting just smashed into oblivion.
We said it at the beginning. We're going to hurt feelings. Lasers are not needed on a handgun.
Not at all.
Not needed one little bit, especially visible lasers.
Dumb.
Visible lasers are 100% not needed on a handgun. Like, work on shooting and aiming for one. Like, be good at aiming with your handgun and don't rely on a laser to shoot. For one, that's one more step you gotta operate, and for two, it's just foolish because it's not the most accurate thing ever either. Like, that's another thing. Like, it's all right, but it's not gonna be perfect.
No.
And then for the guys that are like, well, what about under knots? Dude, handguns have this awesome thing if you're running a red dot that it's like it's no different from aiming during the day versus aiming during the night. It's like all of a sudden this dot just appears and you just have this perfect passive aiming device that you don't need to just stream out this IR laser into the oblivion with your handgun. It works fantastic.
Yep.
It's like, and that's another going back to picking out your optic. Pick out an optic that works really good under night vision.
Yeah.
Because that's a real potential that you're going to have to deal with.
Yeah, and going back to this whole discipline, this whole concept of being that modern Minuteman, you should be working towards night vision.
Yep.
So think ahead. Or if you already have night vision and you're kind of rethinking your carry system, your handgun platform, probably want something that plays in both realms. You want to be able to play at night and play in day, like your EDC. And if you get one of these high quality optics, it's not going to matter. It's going to play on both sides of the table. So
yeah, and then we made a comment, and I want to go back to it because I'm sure we got to cover our bases. In the rifle podcast, actually it was the optics podcast, I said that we would have a passive aiming device and an IR laser device. Well, here's the deal. If your passive aiming device goes down and you're in like real life war situation, because obviously you are if you're running nods at that point. Yeah. Like you're out there doing things. You're out there doing the real things out there. You're trying to get back to your primary rifle anyways. Like that's the goal. So it's time to go ahead and reload that thing and get that thing back up and working, because there's no reason to be like, well, my red dot went down in my pistol. I'm just going to try to like you don't need the backup there as much as you need the backup in your primary rifle.
Yeah.
As far as like, oh, my red dot's down. I wish I had an IR laser. Well, weird thing. You got an IR laser and a red dot on your rifle as well. So just go ahead and get that thing back up and operational.
Yeah, and then you've got different use cases too, where if you're kinetic and you're operating against forces that also have night vision, then you probably are going to be shooting passive. Well, you want to be passively shooting with your rifle, not your pistol.
Yeah.
Your pistol, again, is a tool for certain jobs or an absolute worst case scenario backup. But at the end of the day with a rifle, it's way easier and more effective to shoot at night with a laser aiming device.
Yeah.
And you would think that it would translate that way with handgun, but it just doesn't. It's actually more, it's usually better. Now, there are some pretty good laser aiming devices for pistols.
Yeah.
But because we're dealing with, it's a pistol, it's close range. It's not, you're not engaging threats at 300 meters with a handgun.
Yeah.
You're just going to put it out there in front of your nods and you're going to pick it up the same way, because the whole reason that it's more difficult on a rifle is because your nods run into your optics. And that's why there's a whole game you have to play with figuring out where to passively aim at. It's also why laser aiming devices are sick, because you just shoulder the rifle and put your laser on. That's an active signature, but if you can use it, then it's going to be better. With a pistol, you're holding the gun out there so far that it's negligible. It doesn't matter. If you have nods on, it's gonna pick up the dot.
Yeah, it's the exact same way you aim normally anyway, so it most effective.
Yeah. And even with your iron sights, if you're running a light, then you just tip your head up and you look under your nods and then use it that way. Or you can use your IR flood and it's gonna backlight, or it's gonna illuminate the flat portions, the metal portions of your iron sights, and you can use them that way too. Your focus is gonna be a little wild, but it works. We've done it. It works good. You can do it.
Yeah.
So again, close range stuff, which usually like instinctive shooting, where you're just pointing and shooting, at your target. You can usually get away with that in most cases. So anyways, not to go too far down that rabbit hole, but.
So getting into lights that we suggest. So me and Jacob are very similar in pretty much everything. You guys are going to be like, man, these guys just run the same gun, so they're going to...
Well, it's because we've all been running this stuff and we keep coming to the same conclusions. And it's not just me and Steven. It's like everybody else we train and test gear with too kind of comes to similar conclusions. It's very rare that we have much deviation.
Yeah, so Surefire, man, they've just been building tanks of lights for rifles and handguns for eternity now. Not eternity, but I mean they've been doing it for a long time.
They're the OGs, dude.
The X300 Ultras and the X300 Turbos, A or B, doesn't matter. We both run A's, but that's just preference. I don't really think one way or the other.
Yeah.
So
we've never had any problems with them flopping off.
They're just great lights.
Yeah.
We'll kind of get into some differences with lights as far as like why you may go with the turbo versus the X300 later. But I can bring those up later. We'll just kind of blaze through this. So our podcast is going to be long at this point, but that's just what it is.
Well, really quick. So since we are just going to kind of blaze through here, because I just don't think there's really that much to talk about. Should you have a light on your handgun? Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like you need to be able to target identification. Like that should be huge for handguns, especially looking at this full focus for like everyday carry and stuff like that, home defense, all the things that apply now today. Not in like a dystopian society, but just how we are in our society now. Having a tack light or having a weapon mounted light is just the way to go. Now, I know there's probably people that are like, what? Like, you're really using that? And I'm like, no, I carry a flashlight. Like, I do carry a flashlight every day in my pocket. But if I have to deploy my handgun and, like, I have a potential hostile situation, I want to know what I'm shooting before I start sending rounds, especially in today's world. Like, if I have a if I have someone in my house, I need to make sure it's not like, like one of my buddies that just had something horrible happen and maybe he's drunk or something like that. I don't really have any buddies that would do this, but this has happened before where people have shot their friends because their buddy came over to, like, they didn't know where else to go. They got kicked out of their house. They're super drunk and they stumble into their best friend's house and their best friend blows them away. And then it's like, oh crap, like, you know,
or like
I
a
wanna be able
teenager
to-
or something that's just being dumb.
Or, you
It's
know,
like, dude, you don't want to blast that kid. He's like 15 years old and he's just lost.
or you wake up confused and it's a family member. You know, you want to get a quick target ID. Who is that? And then you'll know right away. It's a threat or it's not. So that having a light is such an advantage. All the misconceptions about, well, if you turn a light on, the enemy's going to know where you're at. They're going to, it's just dumb. Have you ever had 1,000 plus lumens of concentrated light hit you at close range? Dude, you aren't doing anything other than just throwing up your hands, squinting your eyes, and then getting shot if you're a bad guy. So like it's game over. I mean, it's not easy to deal with.
No, especially if you're talking about someone that knows what they're doing.
And you know, I always tell people we spend half of our lives in the dark.
Yep.
Half of our lives is spent in the dark. We need to have equipment and utilize the technology we have available to us to combat the darkness. So
there's also other benefits as far as like weight, keeps your muzzle down a little bit more.
Yeah.
It also, if you're running a full size light on like a slightly shorter platform, you can do like close quarter stuff. You're not worried about potentially knocking your gun out of battery and things like that as much. Like,
yeah. Yep.
So there's a little benefits as well for that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the X300 is a full size light, and people are probably like, well, how do you conceal that? It's just so like, it's actually way better than any other light. Like I've carried all sorts of lights that are smaller, and the X300 is the most comfortable gun I've carried actually.
Yeah.
So as far as other lights, because I'm not just going to be like, only get Surefire. I will say that Surefire is my number one suggestion. Like if you're going to get a light, get the X300. But if you're just really like, you need to save a little bit of money, Streamlight makes good lights for honestly very affordable, about half the price of Surefires. The TLR1 HL is a good light.
It's been around forever. Tried and true.
Yeah, it's a good light. Their new line, so the TLR9s is a full size, and they're sweet. I
actually like them a lot.
Their functions, like their switch functions, are sick.
It's just another Russian submarine class out here, dude.
Get it?
It is, dude.
Oh man,
just looks like a Typhoon class out here in these streets, dude. Sneaking around just underneath guns.
Yep.
Underneath the Arctic Circle.
Yeah. And then if you're really like, man, I gotta have something that's shorter, and I don't know why you would, but I put the TLR7 Alpha in here because it is a good light.
It's a good light. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a sweet little light.
It's impressive. It performs pretty impressively for how small it is. It's, I think, 600 lumens or something like that, or
yeah, I think
maybe
it's
650 or
it's 500, I believe. But
I don't know. I can't keep track of it all.
But it is, it's good, and I think it's probably the best compact light available right now as far as factoring in cost, availability, and just like, dude, these new stream lights. I was a little worried about the switch solenoids just because of how they work
and how they sound.
Yeah, and that's that clicking that you hear. That's something that has a life. Like you'll wear that out eventually. I think. And in the past, the old TLR ones had some switch problems. Their toggle switch can break off pretty easily. It's kind of fragile.
Yeah, we've sheared quite a few of them off.
Yeah, we have, and we've actually seen a lot of TLR ones fail, but not true about the 9 and the 7. We've been
not yet, and that's
cranking them out and running them a lot. So
I guess that's still to be determined. Like I've had a TLR, like my original TLR 1 I've had from when I was in the military. So
yeah,
and that thing I did shear off the back, like the whole switch and like where the batteries go in at.
Yep.
So
yeah,
that being said, that can happen. So just keep that in mind. There is obviously there is X300s. There's a reason you're paying that much more. They are more durable. So
they are.
Their switches just don't break. I mean, I'm sure they could break, but I haven't seen it. So
yeah, there's a lot of misconception about how their switches work too. I've had a lot of people be like, "Man, that's such a stiff switch. It's like hard to turn off and on." That's by design. It's made to be a momentary switch.
Yeah,
just push forward on it. Take your thumb and your support side thumb and push forward on the switch, and that will give you momentary controls of your light. And the constant on, it's a toggle, so you can switch it either up or down on either side. It's ambidextrous. That's how you go for constant on. And yes, it's a more intentional movement, and it takes a lot more. It's a forced overcome
they also
switch.
break in a little bit, so
they do.
They are pretty stiff at the beginning, but yeah, I mean,
but that's good. That's a good thing.
Yeah,
you don't want to leave your light on, in my opinion. I think having momentary controls for handgun is really good. What do you need it for? You need it to get target identification and backlight your sights if that's a problem, or keep positive identification and so you can get good target or sight alignment on your target. That's all you need it for. You don't need it to like light up the whole house afterwards, or whatever situation you're in. You don't need to. You need it for target identification and target engagement, and then it can get turned right off after that. So, momentary controls are the way to go. Something really quick too on the length of lights. I just want to point these details out really quick because a lot of people, it's a huge trend right now to go with flush fitted lights. And what I mean by that is it's a light like the TLR7. It's a light that is flush with the end of the gun, usually. Like if you have a Glock 19, it's like perfectly flush, and everybody likes the look of that. They're like, oh, it's clean, and I won't even, it's just the length of the gun, so it's going to be easier to conceal, and all these things that are kind of misconceptions. There's some really, really, really good benefits to a full-size light that I want to mention. We kind of talked about it for just a second, but I really want to put them out there because a lot of people don't think about it or don't even know about it. One, they are bigger and heavier. They sit out a little bit longer. Steven already mentioned this. You can get a little bit of, you can feel a little bit of benefit in just how your gun recoils. Like just a little bit of that weight underneath the slide and sticking out forward. That's probably the least, that's the least important positive you're going to get out of it. But something to think about. There's two other ones that are highly positive, and I think they're so important that it should inform you to get a full-size light over a small flush fit light, just because it looks good. Actually, there's three. The one easy one is performance. You're going to get higher performance out of a full-size light. It's usually got 2 batteries versus 1. It's going to be brighter and or have longer runtime, depending on how that's configured. Now we're getting into the 2 that I was originally talking about. One is carbon. So as you shoot, your carbon on a flush fit light or a shorter compact light is going to deposit on the lens of the light as you shoot, as you train, whatever. Not a big deal if you keep an eye on it and keep it clean. But it is going to be something you got to consistently do. You got to keep it cleaned off. Like one good sturdy range session is going to leave you with a lot of carbon on your lens that you got to clean off. Be careful cleaning it because you can make little micro scratches that'll eventually dull out the quality of your lens, which will dull out the quality of your light. Longer lights, because they stick out so much farther, all that carbon deposits on the top of the housing, not on the lens. It's amazing. I mean, I've got thousands and thousands and thousands of rounds through my gun with the Glock 34. Or I mean the whatever it's called. Yep. Steven just lifted up his, and it's sitting here on the table, and it's like he's got a FDE X300 Ultra, and it's like just black on the top, but his lens is just clean. So it's a big deal. I mean, it helps a ton. Now eventually you will have to clean it. Like it will eventually get some on there, but it's not very often.
Take way more. Like I've never had to clean my lens on that thing.
Yep. So, and then the other one that's really important, which Steven kind of touched on, is having built-in standoff. And it's why the Surefire X300 has like a knurled or like a kind of a textured front to their bezel on their light. And it's because it's a contact point. And in closer tension shooting, or if someone's on top of you, or you have a bear on top of you, or whatever the case may be, seriously,
Heck yeah.
It's happened.
Yeah.
If your gun gets pushed out of battery, which means like your slide gets pushed back, it's going to disengage your trigger. So you cannot shoot. You're not able to shoot. It's true for virtually every semi-auto handgun. If your gun gets pushed out of battery, you're not going to be able to fire it. If you have standoff built into the frame of your gun by way of mounting a light, then your contact point, if something's pushing against you, ends at the end of that light. So you can literally use that light as a standoff device to be able to still run your gun at hyper close range situations. Some people might be like, whoa, that is like so Jason Bourne of you to bring up. Like, are you serious? You can really find yourself in that environment? I hope not. But man, look at the statistics.
Yeah.
It's very common for contact shots to happen. Like the amount of self-defense situations that happen literally on the ground, like rolling around, or, a woman like uses it to defend like sexual assault or whatever it is. Way more common than you think. So,
yep.
Something worth considering. Those are things worth really thinking about. And I think they go right back to what this whole concept is. Like, what are we building this for? So again, I think the full-size lights just are a better system. Yeah, they might aesthetically look a little bit weird because they stick out past the end of your gun. I think it looks sick, but yeah,
I do too.
But yeah, I think the benefits far outweigh the cons in this situation.
So one more light I'm going to mention, and it's not necessarily, I think there's potential for this light more than anything, is the Mod Light Peel 350. The thing I hate about it is its switch.
Yep.
It doesn't have momentary on. Apparently they swapped out the switches on a lot of them because I think there was like issues happening, but I don't think they changed it to a momentary on. I could be wrong about that. If they changed it to a momentary on, that'd be sick. But
I think they're making one or something.
Is that what's going on?
I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I haven't looked at them in a while because honestly, after we got it and started testing it, I just didn't like it very much because of the switch.
They perform very well. I will give them that.
Yeah.
They seem like Mod Light makes good lights. I mean, I would say it's probably pretty reliable, and it has a pretty incredible candela. With Surefire coming out with the turbo, it's kind of like, well, it's not really needed anymore.
Yeah, the Surefire's still got that awesome like tone.
Yeah, which we can get into that here in a second because I actually brought that up.
Oh, okay.
Kind of the same thing that we did with the optics, like things to look for to kind of decide between these options. But yeah, I just wanted to mention it because I don't think it's a bad light. If you got one and you really like it and you can get past the switch, then sweet, go for you. But go for you.
Go for you. I was just gonna let it slide, dude.
Anyways, but lights to avoid. Light trash.
Get out of here with it, dude.
We don't like them. We hate them. They're gonna get someone killed. No,
they already have.
They already.
I mean, they literally already have. Yep.
So we've already done that before. I'm sure you guys have heard us hate on O-lights, so we're not going to do it a bunch today, but they're not a good handgun light. For one, their mounting's trash. Their switches are not great either. Obviously, their charging situation is not great either. So all no-goes in that regard.
And we own literally every O-light weapon light because we make holsters, and they're common. And we get a lot of orders for them. So we own them, and there's no like...
I would love to just not ever have to build another holster for them again.
Yeah, I would too. The charging thing is dumb. And we had them for a while. We were trying them out, and, early on, we're like testing them. We tested them for a while too, and we're like, what? These are actually kind of sick. And we used to have a motto in here that like, we recommend Surefire and Streamlight, but O-light's better than no light. It's kind of what we always said.
Yeah.
Until... as a dealer, which we were a direct dealer for a little bit, until we started getting recall after recall and warning, after warning, and then I would try to get more information from them, and they would be like, and like not really tell me, and like, yeah, well, just send them back, and we'll send you new ones, blah, blah, blah. And then, you hear all these stories about them like melting people's holsters, and then you had the one situation that there's like non-disclosures signed for and all this stuff where literally it was a handheld one, but literally a guy's holding an O-light handheld in his mouth working on his car, and then it blew up. And it killed him. He's dead. He literally died. Like a lot of people say, it's the only light brand with a kill count or a body count.
Yeah,
that's not a good thing. Especially when it's the user. So yeah, dude. I mean, if you ended up getting one and falling into it, be careful. This is one of the few that I'd be like. A lot of these other things, I'd be like, if it's working good for you, keep using it, but be really careful because the amount of times that even if in our own customer base of people that have bought them here locally, which we live in a really small town, I'm like, dude, it got so hot. It just like, it just started getting hot like we had a guy come tell us that it wasn't turned on. It just started getting hot on its own. Like it was just under power. Like it was under load off, and it just got super hot, and it warped his holster that he bought from us. And we had to make adjustments to it. And like, thankfully it didn't damage it too much, but it like took all the retention out of his holster because his light was just getting hot for no reason.
Yeah.
And like, that's just trash. That's hot too. That's like very hot to be able to do that to thick kydex,
Yeah, you're getting up there in the temperature.
So yeah, no Olight. I think it's honestly, no. Again, it's the same situation. Made in China, not a lot of oversight, horrible quality control. The fact that they had to do as many recalls as they did is just not good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another one I wouldn't suggest, and they're not, I think they may have kind of corrected their wrongs a little bit, but Enforce, I'm pretty sure the Wild or whatever it is hasn't been terrible, but I don't really know for sure because I basically stopped paying attention to them after they had so many circuitry issues with the APL line.
Yep. That
I was just kind of like, all right, I'm out on it. And we both actually ran those a while on our guns, the APLCs. And
I went through 3 of them.
And the APLs, I think you might have ran APL.
So I had the APL.
They're all right for a while, then they just start having circuitry issues weirdly.
Yeah, I had the APL first, and then it had some problems. So I sent it back in, and they gave me the option. The APL-C had come out, which was their compact light, and at the time I thought that would be cool. It was like, it was like one of the earliest like flush-mounted lights, and the way it functioned was pretty cool. Tap on, tap off, and then hold for momentary, just like the TLRs, the TLR9 and the TLR7 and the 10 and the 8 or whatever. Those the laser ones, the combos. But anyways, similar controls. I was like, oh, sick. So I had one for like a year, and then it started flickering on me. I started having a lot of problems. So I sent it back. They sent me a brand new one, and then it happened again, like a few months into having it. So I contacted them, and they said, yeah, well, you can buy one of the new ones at a discounted rate. And I was like, what? I was like, well, I still have this. And they were like, okay, well, the thing is we don't know when these are going to be available, because it was like when they were trying to shift their light.
Yeah.
And so I still have that one, but it's like, it doesn't work. It's got horrible
I still have an APL-C, and it functions all right, but it does have some weird issues every once in a while. So it's like, I definitely would not put it on.
But they discontinued that whole line, and now they've revamped it, and
they have the Wild or whatever, which
supposedly,
we don't have
any experience with it.
So
kind of lost faith.
Holosun started making lights. I'd avoid it. Unlike their optics, I actually would just avoid their light, because it's like they do optics. Their optics are all right.
Yeah.
Their lights, nah. I ain't playing around with that. SIG, same thing. They do guns. Why are we building lights out here?
Yeah, they do optics too, but
they do optics, and their optics are optics are all right, but some of them are trash.
Yeah.
So the same thing with Glock. Glock makes a light. I'm avoiding that.
Dude, the Glock light. I owned one, dude. The GL22, dude.
They're kind of a vibe.
They're so crazy.
But they're just no performance, dude.
It looks exactly like what you think it does. Like if Glock was going to build a light, you probably envision it being big and blocky and random, but functional. That's it, dude. But just not very bright at all, because it's all incandescent, so it was built like a long time ago.
Oh yeah, dude.
But I had one, dude.
It reminds me of the old X300s, like when they used to be 300 lumens. I have one of those.
Yeah. Dude. Before the Ultra, just the straight 300. It was the Ultra was 600, right? What was it again? The X300 Ultra, the first one. The original, though, I still have an original X300 Ultra. It's 500 lumens.
Okay, 500.
But no, the X300.
Yeah, it was actually a 300 lumens. Yeah, which is crazy. And that was like a big deal back then.
I know.
Like, 300 lumens.
No, but I'm pretty sure those Glock lights are like 80 lumens. Like they're like
trash.
And just the yellow, just ET finger light, dude. Just
it's like, looks like you should be reading this book.
Just looking like an fish.
Yeah, there's probably other lights out there that I just am. Dude, yeah, exactly, like an anglerfish. But anyways, there's probably other lights out there, but pretty much like if you're going Streamlight Surefire, you're gonna be safe.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, you don't need to look any further. If you want a light that you can trust forever, Surefire. If you want a good budget option that's still going to be pretty good and reliable, it might have some problems with it, but it's overall going to be really solid, Streamlight.
Yeah.
And Streamlight's right around the same price as like your O-Lights and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And
just go Streamlight.
Way better to go Streamlight. So that's it for lights.
So kind of the same thing we did with the optics. And the reason we're focusing so hard on the lights and optics is because we think that's like an upgrade you should 100% do for your handgun for this job. Yeah. The other stuff that we're going to get into is going to be much shorter. But so lights, as far as like things to look at, and you kind of already broke it down. Cost is like your biggest thing with the two different brands that we're choosing. But as far as, like your turbo and your standard X300 Ultra, Candela is going to be a big thing. So a lot of lights, back when lights became all the rage, all they would put on there was lumens, and basically lumens is just like the number that light bulb can produce. That's probably like super layman's how I'm gonna break this down, but that's all right. Lumen is like the scale of what that bulb has been tested to, where Candela is actually measured from in the actual light housing, how much light is actually able to be produced out of that the light source, I guess, if that makes any sense at all. So basically it's like you're actually measuring the amount of light getting pushed into one direction.
Yeah.
As opposed to just like, what can the bulb do?
It's how far can you cast the light source.
Yeah.
So,
and that doesn't always mean like super high candela is going to be your best light, because that might mean that you just have a super hot spot and it's just throwing that light in a ridiculous distance. So like how you're going to know is like inside of the actual light head, you're going to either have, so like the more candela you have, you're going to notice your bulb is deeper and the reflective cone is like more angled. Steep. Where something that has less candela is going to be the opposite. So it's going to be shorter and more wide.
Yeah.
And that's basically, you're just getting more light that's transferred in one direction, and you're going to get more candela that way. So it's all depending on what you want. So it sucks with lights because it's not all about what you see, even in a store, if you're getting hands-on experience. Me and Jacob have gone out and tested most of the lights that all the lights that we've pretty much talked about here.
Yeah. We've got some future content coming on that. We're going to dive into it a lot this winter.
Yeah.
Again, we live in Alaska, so we got to wait until it gets dark because it's not dark in the summer here.
Yeah. but like the Surefires are impressive. Like you point at like a white wall inside of our storefront and you compare it to like the Streamlights, and it doesn't look like there's no difference. The only difference is like tone, which we can get into here in a second. But you actually go out and like try that out in the winter when it's snowing and it's dark and you got like a lot of like stuff going on that's like kind of blocks out the light. That Surefire performs so much better.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's the beam is a higher quality beam. You have a higher quality light source. It's also better at passing through barriers, whether that's photonic barriers, like if you shine through a street light or something where the light's shining down. Yeah. You can overpower that illumination and penetrate it into what's beyond it better with the Surefire beam than you're going to with the Streamlight beam. And then one of the most important things is how does it pass through windows, like into vehicles and into, where you actually have physical barriers of some kind that are going to stop, even though windows are clear, they do still stop
light transmission.
Yeah. They literally stop some of those
rays or whatever.
Yeah. We're very scientific here. I don't know the light molecules. I don't know what I'm trying to say here.
Science,
but the proto molecule. No, but anyways, your light is inhibited by going through that, even though it is clear. So, but its ability to penetrate into something like that is a lot better, and that's really it's funny because you hear people all the time say things like, I tried my O-Light and I compared it to, there was a Surefire there that was $300 and compared them, and it's like the O-Light outperformed it. And it's like, from 5 feet away, maybe on the wall, which I don't even think it actually outperformed it. You got tricked by the hot spot that made your eyes hurt. It's like, take that thing outside and start shining it in practical environments.
Yeah.
And you're going to see really quick why the other one costs what it costs.
Yep. So lumens candela is something to look at when you're purchasing. So warmth and cool scale of the light. So that's kind of what you were talking about. Surefire has a much more warm color to it, and so like kind of a yellowish tint, where Streamlight usually has a more cool, so like more of a blue tint.
Same with Mod Light.
Yeah, Mod Light's got a more blue as well. Most companies have more blue. Like Surefire's the only one that's got like a really...
I've noticed Cloud Defensive seems to have a little bit warmer tone.
Yeah, which, dude, whenever they come out with their handgun light, I'd be very interested if they ever do it still, but...
Yeah.
But anyways, they haven't done that yet at the recording of this episode, so if it comes out and it's super awesome, then...
We'll probably have an episode on it later.
Yeah. So that's something to look at. Obviously, your batteries, which batteries it uses, and then the lifetime. Most of these use the 123s. So that's cool. Mod Light obviously uses their CR18 350s. Is that right? 18 350s. Yeah.
Yeah.
So those are rechargeable. Take that for what it is, I guess.
Yeah.
If you really want the rechargeable function, then that might push you that direction. Obviously, the lifetime of the battery, they're all pretty decent though in that regard. I feel like.
Yeah, they all are about the same. They're all on par. Really quick, I just wanted to jump back to the tone of the light.
Oh yeah.
The reason that warmer tone is better is because it's more natural. So biologically, we're better at picking up details in that light tone. So. It's more similar to sunlight. Now, it's not. It's still artificial light, but we're designed to pick up detail and proper coloring and different things like that in sunlight, in more natural light.
Yeah.
Your incandescent bulbs, in some cases, which is why you see a lot of housing, like residential lighting, has warmer tones because it's more natural. It's easier for you to pick up, and it keeps you able to feel more. It just feels more natural. It's more conducive to how we view things in lighting. So that's why that warmer tone tends to be better. And it's just, I'm not going to say it performs better, but because of how our eyes work, we can perceive more usually with that type of lighting.
Yeah, and especially for if you're like kind of light sensitive, which I am a little bit. Yeah, it's way better. I think it's way better. All the white lighting, especially in like it was a common thing in houses for a while to put all these like super white lights. It kind of makes everything look clean. But dude, now you see everyone kind of switching back to like that more warm lighting because
it's still like, LEDs, but
it's easier on your eyes. It's just you can gather more information easier because, like you said, it's kind of mimicking the sunlight, like the way the sun looks.
Yep.
Switch function and durability. So switch function is important. Momentary on, me and you both love, and it's kind of like a deal breaker. That's why I probably would never run I wouldn't run the Mod Light, unless they switch their switch and they do a momentary on. Which at that point, then I wouldn't mind it. But so yeah, look at the switch function. Make sure it works really well for you. Most of these are going to be ambi now, which is good. There was a time where, well, the TLR1 still is a little funky for if you're left-handed. I'm not going to lie. Because your momentary on, instead of it being pushed down with your, like how I like to activate the momentary on, and that's good to know, actually. If you're left-handed like me, or you shoot left-handed like me, the TLR1 I would avoid because it is kind of hard to run the momentary on because you have to go upward with it instead of downward with it. And you would understand that if you played around with the light, but it's kind of hard to run momentary on for a lefty, I would say.
Yeah.
In my personal opinion. So, that being said, I would lean more toward obviously the Surefires or the TLR9s. If you're looking for something a little cheaper, you could go with the TLR9 and it runs great.
Mm-hmm.
Cost and availability. So right back into this cost. Obviously your Surefire, you're going to spend a little bit more, but there's pros to spending a little bit more on them.
Yep.
Streamlights are good though. So if you want to save a little bit, go Streamlight. The availability, they're all pretty available. I'll say that. All the lights that we're suggesting, maybe the Mod Light isn't as much, but it's still, I think, pretty available.
It's out there. At least at the time of this recording it is.
What is not as available is holsters for the mod light.
Mm-hmm.
Most people are running them now. Like, we can build them and things like that, but it's a little less available than like your Surefire and Streamlight lights would be, as far as holsters are made.
Yep.
So that's that. That's kind of the pros cons list of the lights.
Yeah, and that kind of gets to the end of the absolute equipment items that we do recommend on a handgun that fits this whole role.
Yep.
Like, get a good quality handgun, put a good quality, reliable optic on it, have good backup iron sights that make sense that you can use effectively. That can kind of be whatever. And then have a good serviceable light. Now we're going to get into some other things, some other upgrades and different things like that are very common and very often seen in the kind of handgun world. But I just want to go ahead and point that out now, that if that's all you want to do, you're going to be set up. You could keep everything else stock from here on out. I'll just put that disclaimer now. So cue the music. No, I'm just kidding. But we're going to talk about some other stuff. But I'm just saying right now that Steven and I have gotten to a point where we really believe that a lot of this other stuff, there's some little things we'll touch on that are more nuanced that I think are good to know about.
Yeah.
But really, if you kept your gun OEM, just stock, and then you got a good quality light and a good quality optic and good iron sights, you're good
to go. Yep.
So, yeah.
And then obviously you'd need a good holster.
Yeah.
But we'll get into that here shortly. But, so slide work. It's not as needed as much because a lot of handguns are coming with the capability of mounting up an RDS.
Yep.
Red dot sight. If your gun does not have a red dot sight, then it's 100% worth it to get your slide milled, I believe.
Yeah, I agree.
And that is the only reason I would ever do slide work.
Mm-hmm.
Is if, like Glocks, a lot of Glocks, and honestly, they're what is it, the Glock MOS? The MOS is kind of like, it leaves a little bit to be desired, in my opinion. Honestly, like I kind of like having it milled specifically to the optic that I'm using. It sits the optic a little lower and
it's
a little cleaner.
fit.
But if you don't have the time to wait for it, then the MOS is going to be just fine.
Yeah.
But anyways, so that would be a reason. Lightning cuts, that is not a reason to send your slide out. It could be a byproduct, and by lightning cuts, I mean only like what I did with mine was when I sent mine out to get it milled, all I did was they cut into the front slightly for just putting in serrations and stuff in the front. So it lightened the slide, but I didn't put windows and stuff like that in there. I don't think you should do windows on a duty purpose thing. And that's coming from a guy, and both of us that have done that in the past. And it's like, it's not needed, and it's honestly a little bit of a regret in a way.
Yeah. I mean, my carry gun right now, full transparency, which I will be upgrading soon. And the new one I switched to is not going to be, I'm not going to do any of that. But the one I have now does have lightning cuts in it. Dude.
Like with windows.
Yeah. Steven and I came up in the era where it was cool to have the Gucci Glock.
Yeah.
If you know, that was a thing. Like, everybody should have a Gucci Glock. I think we even did one of our old DDS Unscripted podcasts. I think we named it it was titled literally like
Gucci Glocks.
Yeah, everyone should have a Gucci Glock or something like that. And we talked about all these cool upgrades and stuff. And just over time, as we've just gotten older and acquired more wisdom,
no, I'm just
kidding. We've just realized that it's not necessary. I spent so much money on I've spent so much money on some of my Glocks to just trick them out for no reason. And it's just things you do not need. And at the end of the day, it's highly, highly negligible. And
it's expensive, dude.
It's super expensive. Now, you could argue, like what you said, Steven, you're already sending it in to get an optics cut.
Yeah, if you want to do front slide serrations, you don't have them, which a lot of newer Glocks already have them, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
So you don't even really need to do anything. So
yeah.
But yeah, so I think an RMR cut, and usually, dude, you can find those for super cheap sometimes. Like, there's companies that'll just randomly do sales, and it's like $50 for that. And it's like all you gotta do is ship it into them and pay $50. It's like, whoa, dude, that's totally worth it.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you want to send it to a reliable company, so there's that. We're not going to get into a whole lot of companies on this just because
there's tons out there. Do your research.
Yeah, feel free to message us if you have questions.
Yep.
we're more than willing to answer, but it's just going to take up too much time. Triggers. Not really worth it, dude.
Yeah.
And honestly, you potentially create a lot of issues.
Yep.
Trigger boots and things like that don't really affect it, but they also don't really gain that much either. So it's kind of like, it's not really worth it to me.
And you, if you have a Glock, you got to destroy your OEM trigger.
Yeah.
To put the boot on, like you got to punch a little hole and then it's just done. Like your OEM trigger boot.
You don't even have spare parts.
The boot is the actual. If you don't know what that is, that's the physical plastic trigger itself.
That you see. It's not the trigger bar that goes back.
Yeah.
It's just the boot.
And some guns you can't even switch the boot. But yeah, and then a full drop-in trigger, honestly, I've ran so many over the years, and they just always I'm never that impressed with them.
No.
I've never used a striker fired trigger, except there's one I'll mention. And it's for the old, not the new ones, but the old M&P Apex triggers.
Yeah, we're pretty impressive.
I don't know what was going on with them, but they were sick. But other than that, it's I've had so many Glock triggers over the years. So many brands. And they're all just kind of meh.
Yeah.
The OEM Glock trigger, if you just shoot it a bunch, they work good. And they'll break in, and they just are such solid triggers.
Yeah, they're not bad.
They're not great, but they're not bad.
There's some guns that we recommended that it might be smart to look at some triggers, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you what trigger, because it's I don't know enough about it to be
I don't know enough about FN triggers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
As far as springs and stuff like that, some guys will change some of that stuff out. Not really worth it either.
No.
The only thing that I could say that might be worth it is maybe a ghost disconnect, but even then it's kind of negligible. It does do a little bit for you. It just basically makes your break a little bit shorter, but
it just shortens your reset. Is all that's doing.
So it's I don't know. If you want to do it, go for it. But that would be the only thing that would be go for it, because it's super cheap too. So there's that.
It's cheap and it's not very invasive. It's not doing anything too crazy.
Yeah.
To your gun. Some people do it the kind of OG way, where you take a little tiny screw and you screw it into your frame and do it on the trigger bar, to keep your reset shorter. If you don't know what I'm explaining, then just don't try it. But there's actual products that do that now that are a lot better, but that was kind of the OG way to do it. That it works. So
all right, so moving right along, unless you got anything else to say.
I was just gonna say springs really quick, springs and your recoil spring and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just not worth it to do. Your OEM springs are great. Maybe get a parts kit, a Glock OEM part or whatever. A backup parts kit. Don't change into I got a 10 coated extractor spring, or my recoil spring is tungsten or what, if you have something break and you're replacing it, then you can try something aftermarket and cool if you want, but you just don't need it. That OEM stuff, that gun is designed to just work good as it is.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
You don't need to get, and if you're doing all this red anodizing, then you already know where we stand on that. Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop doing it. Stop.
So getting into, since you're talking about 10 coating, barrels and compensators. If you're getting weird coated barrels, you're just wasting money. 10 coated barrels, or hey, I want a stainless steel barrel. It's dude, you are just wasting money. Because for one, if you're getting a stainless steel barrel to get more accuracy or something like that, dude, you're shooting a handgun for one.
Dude, I'm going to let you just take it away, because I'm going to go ahead and Steven will know too. I have been an OEM barrel guy since the beginning. That is one area that I have never gotten any kind of aftermarket barrel. And I'm happy to say that I'm always one of the guys that's just sitting in the distance when people are having problems, and I'm going, should just stay with your OEM barrel.
Yeah. And for whatever, Glocks are notorious for that. So if you can, dude, unless you are planning on running it suppressed, which
that's true.
That is the only time you should go to a threaded barrel. But even then, do not throw your OEM barrel away, because if you start having issues, just slap that OEM barrel back in and it's going to run just fine.
Forever. It's going to run fine forever.
Which I don't know why you'd throw it away anyways. It's spare parts. But so, and then on to that, compensators.
Oh boy. But they're so sick.
I thought they were at one point. So I've owned good compensators too. So if anyone's like, well, you didn't have a good compensator, I've had a Parker Mountain machine compensator, and I currently own a Parker Mountain machine, and I currently own a KKM.
Mm-hmm.
Both good compensators, both good barrels that I'm running in those too.
Yep.
And I have had, well, my KKM wasn't that bad because it was on my 10 mil. I just took that off just because I was annoyed by it, but it wasn't doing anything good for me. But it also wasn't really doing anything bad for me either. Now my Parker Mountain machine compensator that I had on my current gun now, my Glock 19X, looked super sweet, but did not run very well. And it just, we were talking about this the other day, it just turns your gun into just an ammo princess.
Yeah.
And it's not worth doing. Like, keep that. The reason the Glocks are so cool is because they'll eat anything.
Yeah.
So keep it that way, man. Just, there's no reason to upgrade that part. There's no reason in my head to upgrade.
It's 9mm.
Yeah. There's no reason to be running compensators. My thought process was like, hey, I'm running a full-size light. If I put a comp on it, it's space that's not really taken up in a holster, so it's like whatever. Like there's no, and that was like my argument. Like otherwise, I would never ran one because it's not like I need it for like keeping the muzzle down or something crazy. But I just started having so many issues with it that I'm like, nah, dude, I'm never gonna suggest that to anyone. I wasted money on it, and now it's sitting in my locker over there, not on anything.
Yeah.
So, if someone wants a discounted Parker Mountain machine comp and doesn't give a crap about what I'm saying right now, reach out to me and I'll sell it to you, but I'll give you a good deal. But anyways, I think it's a waste. I think it's an absolute waste of a part to add,
especially for this role. If you're doing race gun stuff, you're doing competition shooting, and you want like all the advantage you can get, and you're trying to just completely soak up the recoil. If that's what your goal, that's a different conversation. Honestly, I think there's a better gun you could get. But for that, you know. But for this concept, it just doesn't make any sense. It also prohibits your ability to shoot at night a lot. Yep. I mean, talk about if you've shot comped guns, I mean, you're just you're in the dark and all this, like you just have this crazy, just Voldemort level flash happening in front of your handgun, dude. It's so bright, it's so crazy, and it's substantial. Especially like on any comp I've ever ran at night, even low light, you're just like, wow, that's a lot of gas right there.
Yeah.
Coming right up in front of my, field of view. I'm with you on barrels. If you're gonna run a can, then you need to get a threaded barrel.
Yep.
And you probably need to get a recoil booster too, because I don't want to get into all that. But your handguns are recoil operated, so you have to have enough inertia to cycle your slide. And sometimes if you have a can, it reduces the recoil too much to where it's not going to cycle consistently.
Yeah.
Which that's also in a way happening with your comps, because you've sucked up so much recoil out of the thing that it's having a hard time cycling now.
Yeah.
And that's why they're like, oh, just shoot a heavier grain. That's usually what people say. Like, oh
which I would still have an issue with heavier grains too.
Shoot a heavier grain. And then it's like, okay, well now we've got more recoil introduced. So like, what are we doing? All we're doing is having more gas happen.
Yeah, I've never been more happy to just go back to just your standard OEM barrel on that thing, dude. Because I went from having issues to just being like, dude, this thing is super, like I haven't had any issues since I
And you were chasing the issues. You were trying springs and you were trying this and that and different ammos, and you know what I mean? So then
I didn't really chase springs on that one. I did on my older gun that I had, but that wasn't even a comp issue. That was just a trigger. I had a aftermarket trigger that was trash in that thing. So,
but once you've switched, it's like, no problems.
Yeah.
So
So all this
it.
to say, like, obviously the upgrades can potentially create issues. One other thing I want to get into is like grip upgrades. So like your slide stop upgrades, something that's a little bit easier to function. If you're one of the guys, which me and Jacob both are, that like reloads, things like that, you're actually manipulating that. It may be a smart idea, especially like with the Glocks. They kind of have like a small and a little bit hard to get to slide stop. So being able to drop the slide after a reload, I think is incredibly important. Some people are like anti it, like they're like, no, you got to grip the slide and, you know, do all this stuff. And I'm kind of just like, yeah, I like to run that, like, because I can always not use that if I need to. Like I can just grab the slide and drop the slide that way. But so I think I wouldn't say it's necessarily, they're so cheap that it's like, okay, yeah, it's probably worth it if that's the way you manipulate your gun. Mm-hmm. Other than that, I don't really think it needs to happen. Your extended mag release, no. Bail out on that, dude. Like the amount of people I've seen drop mags because they have an extended mag release. What? What are you gaining with that?
I think, okay, I know there's people that have like really short thumbs.
I get that.
And it's hard.
I don't have super long thumbs.
That's the only thing I can think
Learn how to run your gun. That's what I can say to that.
There's a lot of little manipulation techniques you can use to just get right to that thing.
Go take a class, and pretty much anyone that's going to teach you, even like lames, are going to teach you how to. Yeah, are going to.
You are going to have your instructors that are like, "Go buy an extended mag release." I guarantee you, though.
Bail out. No, I'm just kidding. You can always learn something from someone. That's the thing. But
even if it's bad, you learn what's not worth
wrong.
Doing. Yeah.
So I would avoid that. It's not worth it. A lot of holsters don't play well with them either. So they'll just like randomly drop your mag too, because it's like no one builds a holster specifically for your weird mag release. Yeah. Anyways, stippling. I think it's worth it. If you can get
if you think you need it.
If honestly, you could do it yourself if you're brave enough, but that's how I learned how to do it. I just started doing it myself. Yep. But if you have a buddy that can do it pretty well, then and you don't need anything like super beautiful. If you want something a little bit more tactile, then freaking rock and roll with it.
Yeah.
Obviously, don't burn through your frame. That'd be pretty retarded. But
do some research if you're going to do it yourself, or just have somebody do it. I had the benefit of having buddies.
Yeah.
That could do it. Obviously, Steven figured it out, so I was like, "You want to do mine?"
Yeah.
Actually, you didn't do mine. Colton did, but same thing. Colton is also really good at it, and I was like, I think it was just one of those things where I was like, "Which one of you is available to stipple my gun?"
I didn't do that one?
No, it was Colton.
Okay.
And you were like, yeah, I'm building holsters. And Colton's like, I'll do it. And I was like, sick. There you go, dude. And he knocked mine out for me. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
I actually still haven't done mine, which is funny. My 19X. Yeah. And that going all the way back, like I like it and I still haven't even done my own. So that tells you how, like, do it if you want to do it. If you don't, then it's not that big of a deal.
There's benefits. Like I think doing a little bit of trigger guard undercut on like specifically the Glocks is nice. You can get a little higher on the gun. Certain hand types and finger types, it feels good. But honestly, the Gen 5, I really like the way the Gen 5 frames feel. You know, maybe a little bit more texture would be appreciated, but I feel like I can get, for some reason, even though the frames haven't changed a ton, I feel like I can get high enough with that. So I don't know.
Another thing, flared mag walls. Another thing that's huge. Me and Jacob are both running them, but I'm still gonna say not needed.
Not a big deal. Yeah,
no, it's kind of a waste.
Yeah. We did it just because it was, it's something we did. We thought it was cool.
I think they're kind of comfy. Honestly, it's not even about like the reloads for me. It's just like a good ending point for my hand to go naturally right back to the same spot every time. Which is what I like about them. So. No, dude. Dude. Indeed. No, I'm just kidding. Dude, that'd be crazy.
No.
Dude, we would be done. Anyways. Where was I going with that, dude? You just distracted me with all that. What the heck? Oh, I was just saying, it's not really needed.
ASMR.
They're not really needed. If you want one, go get one. I don't think it's not going to harm anything. I can tell you that. It might make your reloads a little faster if you just like don't practice.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm just so much hatred. So that's pretty much it on handgun upgrades. I feel like if there's anything that we missed, feel free to message us, because I can't. I went through. I made a list, and I'm pretty sure that's about it. That's common, at least. I'm sure there's other things, but
there's other things, but it's all random. It's like, like really quick, dude. You don't need a freaking Punisher skull on the striker plate, on the back plate of your slide.
Oh yeah, that's random.
Don't need a Jedi crest. You don't need the American flag back there. You don't need a freaking whatever, dude.
It helps me acquire my sights.
You don't need it. I mean, if you want to be super like early SF style GWAT, like, you know, use the back slide as aiming device and, you know, point shoot. It's like, dude, you can do that without that. You don't need it. It's just more back there. If you want to do it because you're like, it's cool, then sick, dude. I don't care. I think that's more along those lines of, it's more back there to just be distracting to me.
Yeah.
It's busy. It's just, I don't know.
We're easily distracted, me and Jacob are.
Yeah, but I think that was worth bringing up, because that whole like rear plate thing is just something that is common.
Yeah. It's kind of random, but
you know what?
Right.
It's your gun. If you want to, I'm not going to sit here and say don't do it, but you don't need to. You don't need to do that. And you know what? If you don't do it, you're not going to wish you did. I don't think. It's not something that, you know, I've thought about it. Like, there's been times I was like, dude, that's sick. Like, what? You know, like a Mandalorian skull rear plate. But I'm just so glad I don't have anything like that on the rear plate of my Glock now. It's like, that's not something I care about anymore at all.
Yeah.
So anyways.
So getting into magazines and ammo really quick. We're not going to get super deep into this because this could be a deep topic in itself. But for magazines, especially with Glock, OEM all the way, dude. And honestly, for most guns, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, the engineers of that gun made sure to build a good magazine for that gun.
Yeah. And the ones that didn't built them for guns that we didn't recommend.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So, that's what I got to say about that. If you're going extended, most of those companies make extended versions of their own mags, and they do pretty good. So, and I don't think it's a bad idea to have extended. Like the Glock extended mags, like the +3s or whatever they are, they're not bad mags.
Yeah.
They perform well. I have quite a few of them, but yeah, and then obviously another little tip is your mags that you carry daily or whatever, make sure to keep them loaded and separate from the mags that you train with. It's not the end of the world situation. I just like to practice that because it kind of keeps that mag a little bit more. Obviously, dirt and debris gets inside mags, and then you can potentially create issues with that. But I'm not honestly too worried about it with Glocks because their mags do pretty good regardless.
Yeah.
Ammo. Hollow point versus FMJ. We're not going to get super deep into this rabbit hole either because it's a lot.
Do your research. Think about things.
Yeah.
I mean, there's defense ammunition, hollow point ammunition. There's a lot of science behind it, and there's a lot of proven good stuff. There's a lot of snake oil too. Like, stick to the tried and true stuff. Take a look at what departments are getting issued and stuff like that.
Yeah. Like
Hornady's critical defense and critical duty stuff is really solid. Federal, whatever, was it Hydroshock? I don't know. There's a bunch of just tried and true good ammos out there for defense ammo.
Yeah.
Full metal jacket stuff like ball ammo, dude, it has a point, it has a purpose. It's going to be a better penetrator. It's going to go through barriers better. I'm personally a big fan of, I carry expanding ammunition in my gun. My daily carry, I have, expanding ammo in it. And then because I always have a spare magazine that I carry with me daily, my spare magazine's ball ammo. My thought process on that, and I know there's different opinions here, and some people are probably like, you're dumb. And it's like, you know what, dude, this makes a lot of sense to me. Here's my thought process. It's like, if I have to reload, then why, I'm still in a gunfight somehow, Like if I've gone through my, all 18 rounds, because I run a +3 extension, so actually 19 rounds. If I go through all 19 rounds in my Glock 19 and I have to reload, then I am in some kind of sustained firefight, and obviously my ammo is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. Or if I'm engaging a threat that is behind some kind of a cover that I can't penetrate with my expanding ammunition effectively, then I can do a quick mag change to my ball ammo and get the job done.
Yeah.
So I think it makes sense. I've got 19 rounds of defense ammo on board, and then I've got another 18 rounds of ball ammo in the chute on standby, ready to go.
Yeah.
So I can cover 2 different threat matrix, 2 different types of threats with 2 different types of ammo that I carry with me all the time.
Yep.
My personal thing, I'm not going to recommend it one way or the other. That's just talking through my thought process on it, and that I think it makes sense. So
yeah.
And it's also cheaper to do that. I mean, that's just a byproduct. That's not why I do it, but it's a byproduct of like it's cheaper to just have to buy the 1 box of expanding ammunition, because they usually come in 20 round boxes, and then I can buy just a get some good quality full metal jacket stuff.
Yeah.
But
yeah, and then like you said earlier, just make sure you're getting good stuff, whether that's steel casings kind of sketchy. There are some steel casing that's fine. They're like coated in some stuff, and I'm going to let you figure out what works for you on that. But obviously avoid stuff that's just going to destroy your gun and just not come out when it needs to come out, or go in when it needs to go in. So, and then, yeah, that's basically it on the ammo. Honestly, it's not much.
You want to mention grains at all?
Oh, yeah, we can talk about grain. So 115 grain, it's like more your training ammo. 124 is going to get more into that defense type ammo. I usually like to carry 124.
Yep. I carry that across the board.
And I pretty much train with 124 too.
Yeah.
Just because, like you said, I carry, my spare mag's got FMJ in it too, so it's just that much more ammo that I have to reload that mag if I needed to. So it's still ammo that I can use if I needed to use it for other purposes. But it's also, it's getting you used to, it's going to run pretty much the exact same way as your defense ammo would, or like the ammo that you're carrying. So that's kind of nice. But anyways, the last, but not the least, to get into holsters and mag carriers, because this is an important part.
Yeah, and we're going to bear with us, because this is highly important. I mean, this is how you facilitate the daily carry, and more importantly, probably the concealed carry of this system.
Yeah.
So it's very important. And I think it's an area that it's gotten a lot better, but I think for a long time, and even still to this day, people spend so much time researching the gun and money getting the system and building the platform, and then they end up kind of skimping in the holster department.
Yeah.
We're not doing their research.
Yep.
There's no excuse for that now. There's a ton of options out there that are great. And like we talked about, we're a holster company, so we have really good insight and experience in this area. So we're going to share that with you now.
Yeah. So the OWB holster suggestions that we're going to make, we couldn't not suggest the Safariland holsters.
Can't. Yep.
Me and you both run them on our battle belts, or at least one of our battle belts each. And the main reason we got them was to kind of test them. We'd like to carry them eventually, and we plan to. Even though we do build holsters, we still, like, that's how good they are. We would carry them.
Best holster on the market as far as active retention goes, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, that I've got experience with. There's one other that I'm going to bring up that has been making waves, and a lot of people have been liking. I haven't got to use it yet, but
yeah.
I would use it right now. I'd probably, just based off of the people that are running it. But Safariland's awesome. It does have, or at least depending on the model, for like red dot sights, it has like a cover for it. So if you do have an open emitter, it is kind of nice. You won't get as much stuff down in there. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying that it'll help. I would say that's a benefit of it. They run on the QLSs, which is super nice. We love the QLSs, and our holsters we made work with the QLSs. So because we love them so much. But yeah, the Safariland is a great option. It's a great outside the waistband duty holster. You can't really go wrong with it. Going on from that is the holster that I was going to talk about, and that's the Alien Gear Rapid Force duty holster. And I feel dirty even suggesting Alien Gear because they are
the Rapid Force.
Yeah, it's so lame. But
it's actually a good holster.
The people who are running them and having good success with them make me think that it's... I don't have personal experience with it yet. This is the holster that I was just talking about. I don't have personal experience with it, neither do you.
Yeah, I literally...
Or wait.
When Ty was down here...
Oh, yeah, Ty ran
I got to play with his, but I didn't actually use it. So he just let me try the function of it. And I was like, oh, interesting. So I've literally felt how it deploys a handgun, and that's it. That's the extent of my experience with it.
People have been destroying these things, like yarding on them, like while the gun's in there, and like trying to take the gun out, and they're impressive. They stack up with the Safariland, and some people are saying better, but
yeah,
that's someone else's opinion, so I'm not gonna sit there and say that. But they seem like they're a good holster. Now, I would not suggest any other Alien Gear holsters. Like, let's make that clear. This is the only one I'm going to suggest for any of these categories, because their other holsters are definitely lacking and on that cheap scale, and just do not. We've had so many people come in with issues with them. So.
Yeah. Can you guys fix this? No. It's injection molded.
And this is on OWB only. We're going to get into IWB later, so just so you guys know that. So Safariland and that Alien Gear Rapid Force duty holster is great options. They also have a cover for your red dot sight as well on that. So that's a cool function. That is something you are not going to get in most Kydex style holsters.
Yep.
So your OWB Kydex style holsters are not going to function that way. And that's kind of your biggest downside. That, and you're usually only going to have like a friction retention on those. So you like the Safariland and the Alien Gear have like buttons you have to press in order for the gun to even come out of the holster, or some of them will have a hood that you have to clear as well as a button. So it just depends on which level you get of, or which model you get of that holster. But for Kydex, man, we make a great holster. I don't want to just be shamelessly plugging, but at the same time, I don't feel any shame in it, because I've ran our holsters compared. I've ran my holsters in comparison to other holsters that are offered, and there's very few OWB style holsters that I would run over my own, besides like if I really want those extra levels of retention that you get in Safariland and the Alien Gear holster.
Yep.
Another great company that makes, so our basically our whole OWB line I wouldn't have issues with.
I mean, we literally designed it to, like, the things we like to see in holsters are built into our holster design. We take a lot of care in doing it the way we did. We didn't just like willy-nilly come up with stuff. Like, we put a lot of thought into why we've done things the way we do. Yeah. And we've continued to advance and change with the times. Like the shape and a little bit of the cut style and angle and stuff on our holsters have changed over the years, because we've found things that work better. Better ergonomics, better performance, and we're willing to continually advance them and enhance them. Yeah. But we keep it pretty simple. We have a super simple holster. It's like our our outside the waistband OWB setups are modular. They'll work with any of the other big markets. So all of your Safariland accessories, your Blade Tech accessories, your G-Code accessories, Blackhawk accessories, all those are going to work with our holsters. Yeah. So,
yep. And feel free to go on our website if you need to check those out. Like, if you didn't even know that we built holsters, but some people don't know. Yeah. Because we don't really flex our stuff that hard in our podcast, honestly. This one we are, because we're actually talking about that kind of stuff. So, and we are very proud of it. So, TRX Arms makes great outside the waistband holsters as far as like Kydex stuff. Mm-hmm. His OWB holsters are being used a lot. Yeah. And there's
the Ragnarok.
Yeah, they they've kind of withstand the test of time because there's been so many people using them. So we've got the chance to get our hands on them a few times, and me personally, I would have no reason to go buy one because I can just build my own here. And I think my design's a little superior, but I still would suggest T-Rex Arms. I think they make a good product. So
you'll get it a lot faster if you buy if you buy it from them. Good company. Like I like their values and stuff, and they back up their products. But I think ours are compatible with a little bit more stuff, and I think ours are a little more impervious to.
And this is for the duty. This is for duty specific. Yeah. So I want to this is still staying in the same line for this style of handgun. Like there's other holsters out there that are perfectly fine for other setups, but for a duty purpose holster to go with your duty handgun, these are the companies we would suggest. But sorry, I just had to get that out there.
Yeah, I was just gonna say ours were we put a little more thought into like austere environments. I think with ours. Yeah. I'm sure the Ragnarok would do just fine. I mean, it's very similar, like in construction as far as how it's made.
Yeah, there's not much difference you can do with those things. So it's for the OWB. The IWB is a little different, and honestly, we'll get into that right now because that's kind of the only holsters I feel comfortable with suggesting, just because.
Yeah, and if you want to go active retention, like you want to have mechanical retention. So what I mean by that is you have different levels of retention. You've got level 1, which is usually referring to passive or friction lock. So the holster has built-in shape or like compression that's holding the gun in, and that can usually be adjusted. Like just to use our holster as an example, they have rubber grommets that allow you to adjust the tightness of the fit. Yeah. Above that, you start getting into higher levels of retention that add in additional barriers that you have to defeat in order to clear that or to deploy that firearm out of the holster. So like really old school stuff would be like thumb snaps. That would be like a level of retention. Yeah. Safariland, for example, uses an injection molded plastic device like the ALS, which I think stands for Active Lock System or something. Like that. But it's basically a thumb lever that actuates a little block that sits in around the chamber, like where the chamber block on the barrel is for your gun, and so it like locks in on that edge of the slide. It's really smart, works really well. And then the SLS would be their hood, so it's an actual bail that you depress a little spring-loaded thumb lever, and then you push the whole bail forward. And then there's a whole variety of other types out there that do kind of the same kind of stuff. Yeah. If you want active retention, I think it's really hard to not go Safariland. And yes, I would actually probably recommend the Safariland's active retention over our own. We do make one. It's called the Duty Rig, and it uses Blade Tech's WRS hood, which is a great hood. And if you're having a hard time finding a holster for your gun because you have a more obscure platform, and Safariland doesn't make a holster, or you can't find the Alien Gear one either, then I would gladly recommend our Duty Rig as well. Because we'll make it for you. We make them for anything, and it'll have a mechanical retention device. But I think you just get superior active retention out of Safariland. As far as passive retention goes, you could really run the gambit. I think between us and obviously T-Rex Arms is tried and true. I mean, the Ragnarok has been around forever, and they're way more well known than us. Like way more. Can't really go wrong. And there's other people you could look at, and like you said, it doesn't really matter once you get into the more level 1 kind of passive retention side. But yeah, so all right.
So inside the waistband. So I almost feel wrong for doing it. But dude, it's just is what it is. There is literally, and I have ran so many IWB holsters, me and Jacob combined, and then also on top of it, all the people we have trained with.
And even beyond that, customers we've gained because of what you're about to say.
There is not it's crazy for me to say, there is not a better IWB holster, especially for a full-size duty purpose gun
For appendix carry.
than our Phantom holster. And I will say that confidently. Which is crazy that I'm just dropping that on the mic so strongly. But here's the deal. I'm going to break it down. Too many companies are chasing comfort with their appendix-style holsters. You always talk about it all the time. It's like wearing a watch. When you first ever wear a watch, it's uncomfortable, pulls hair on your arm and all this stuff. But once you get to, like, get used to it, it's not bad at all. Like, you almost like, dude, I hate leaving the house without a watch. Like, I almost have to flip around, even if I've made it a long ways, because I'm like, crap.
And it's just going to annoy you all day.
There was something wrong, and you almost feel naked because of it.
Yeah, and then you just know you're going to be looking at your, like,
it's the same thing with your holster. Even if it's, like, uncomfortable at first, you learn to love it. And that's the thing. And I'm not sitting here saying that our holster's super uncomfortable, but what I am saying is that it does not print, or at least not very easily. It hides guns better than every holster I've ever ran, and every holster that I've looked at pictures of our IG, like the people that everyone's following. I'm sitting there just looking at their shirt like, look at these boys printing like champs right now.
Yeah, what in the grip and mag print is going on right
it's
now?
Like, dude, me and Jacob got some bellies on us. Like, we're not like just big chested. Like, if you're big chested and then you're slim, like you're built like a triangle, like an upside down triangle, it's gonna be easy to hide a handgun.
Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
Oh, dude, O'Hearn has entered the
just
chat,
built
dude.
like O'Hearn, dude. I'm just imagining the meme. Them telling me that I'm printing. Ding, 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 baby, don't hurt me.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyways. Oh, man. All right. Anyways, yeah. So you're not going to print with that, like with that build, which is good for you if you're built like that.
Some of those guys still print, though.
I know,
like, that's
they
how
do
bad
somehow,
it is.
but that's just because their clothing choice is poor, I think, usually.
Oh.
But anyways, dude, I've seen small people, I've seen big people, I've seen all sorts of people carry our holsters. And literally, like, one of the best ones that ever happened was Caden, which if you listen to DDS Unscripted, you guys all know Caden. Eventually we'll get him back on the podcast just as a guest, but
I miss him.
He was just I don't know, such a character. But anyways, dude, he's a smaller frame guy. He's gotten a little thicker recently.
Yeah, he got jacked.
Yeah,
Dude.
yeah, he kind of got yoked. But back in the day, he was much thinner, and he's a little bit shorter guy. I don't want to just make fun of him, but like he's a smaller guy.
Yeah, he's small.
He knows it. Anyways, he was telling me, yeah, dude, I just don't know about the Phantom holster with the mag and all this stuff. Like, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm a small guy. It's a lot to be carrying up front. And I'm like, dude, just try mine. Because he's left-handed, too. I was like, just try mine. Because he had the same setup. He had a Glock 19 with an X300. I'm like, just try mine on before you order it. If you don't want to order it, that's fine. But try it on. See how it works. He puts it on. He throws his shirt on over top. And he's wearing kind of tight clothes, too, which is crazy. And he just looks at me with that little face that he always makes, just like kind of like, no way.
Like how?
And he just goes, that's not even fair. That's what he says to me. And I'm like, dude, I'm telling you, man, you can't see it. And it's honestly, I made it sound like it's an uncomfortable holster.
No.
It's not an uncomfortable holster. Like in comparison to other like T-Rex arms, tier 1 concealment, it's just as comfortable as those, but it doesn't print. It just doesn't print. I mean, obviously there's a certain limitation to that. Like if you put like a gigantic gun in there with like a stupid huge round magazine in there or something, then obviously you're going to probably print. But like,
I mean, a full-size gun.
I got the 19X,
light.
so it's a full-size grip, and I got an X300 on there. So that's a full-size gun right there. I carry that and I don't print. No problem. Like it hides perfectly fine. And we've had multiple people come here that have run, like you said, we've gained customers that have been running really high-end holsters that come in and be like, dude, you guys' holsters I can't find one better. I will say this, our lead time sucks. Yep. So there's that. Availability, kind of, that's your...
Yep.
If you can't wait that long, I don't blame you. But I will say I'm fairly confident. Like, there is no other holster I would run besides my own. And
yeah. I mean, we literally designed it the way we did because we put all the attributes into it that we really like.
yeah.
There's other things, too, that I want to point out that I love about our holster that I think is superior to a lot of others, and it's ride consistency. So, for one, we don't build a hinging holster like everybody else does. Neither of us like them. The amount of people, I mean, I'm talking several people have come in with their hinging holsters, whether that's Standard Co., Tier 1, Tier X, and they're like, yeah, I'm trying it. It shifts around. It pinches me. It pulls my hair. It prints like crazy. I think I'm just going to have to try yours out. And then they get it. And we have a perfect record of those people so far that have come back and said, it is so much better. It's actually more comfortable. It's took a little getting used to as far as where I wanted it to ride. You got to kind of find that sweet spot.
Yeah.
And it's like you've seen a little bit of this with T-Rex arms. You got your guys that say, man, like I get why they switched to the more modular system and with the hinging and stuff, but I prefer their old rigid system. And it's kind of for the same reasons, I think.
Yeah.
But the other thing that we do with ours is that we've I think we're really smart with our shim placement, our adjustability. I think it's got more adjustability as far as fine-tuning the tightness of the fit and how it deploys the mag
gun,
and the
magazine,
than most other holsters out there. But we make it out of a thicker Kydex than I think anybody else does.
Yeah.
The reason we did that is because stronger, obviously, so it's going to do better over time. It helps it ride because we have a lot of shimming and like kind of a more aggressive bend, if you will, to our holster. It just does better with that over time. But then also the cold. We live in a really cold environment, so we did some testing early on, and Kydex doesn't really have much of an issue in the cold. It's not like injection molded plastic where it's becomes very compromised. It's definitely not like that, but there was a difference between the thinner Kydex and the stuff we use. So I mean, not to toot our own horns too much, but we're going to obviously recommend, like, we're very proud of that holster, and it's gone through a lot of iterations, and the Phantom is something that we both really like, and we've kind of, I don't know, we always try to be really humble and not, I don't know, like we talked about even before the podcast, and then Steven was like, I'm just going to kind of go for it because I'm proud of this thing and we know it works. And I think we've gotten to a point in our business now where we've sold so many and we've had such good feedback and so much success over other people's holsters beyond our own biased opinion, because obviously we have a biased opinion. We built the thing. So expect that. I mean, take it with a grain of salt. This is something that, do we have skin in the game? Yeah, we build it. We make money on them. So yeah, like I'll be upfront about that. But if you've listened to us for a while, you know that we always try to be honest and upfront. And I just truly think, I mean, there's a reason we've designed it the way we have. It is an improvement on other designs. We wouldn't waste our time making something that wasn't. Yeah. So.
Yep. And honestly, we make it for everything too. That's another thing.
Yeah.
So like,
which is why it takes so long.
Yeah. We'll make it for
literally anything. Do you have a random
USP with an X300 on it? Whoa.
A Steyr
I just built that.
or whatever it's called?
Yeah.
We've done it.
I know.
A Desert Eagle?
Yeah.
We've done it.
The amount of people that I've seen, like, why does no one make a USP appendix rig with an X300, like with the little attachment that hooks onto the bottom?
Yeah, the rail attachment.
Dude, I've literally seen, like, and I've commented to those types of people, like, we build one. And they just never respond back, and it's like, all right, whatever. I don't really care.
It's the popularity thing.
Yeah,
it's like, but it's not a sidecar, or it's like
all right, cool.
whatever.
I don't really care. I mean, they're offering more options, so good for them. But it doesn't change the fact that the holster's better. So that being said, I will throw in some honorable mentions because there are good holsters. I'm not going to sit here and be like, if it's not ours, because they are good holsters. There is good holsters, and I'm going to name off a few. And there's probably more than this, but this is just the list that I have. T-Rex arms, obviously, they invented
great holster.
That
sidecar,
yeah,
it's sick. And out of all the hinging holsters I've used, because we absolutely test stuff. Like, we buy and test other people's holsters because we build holsters. We want to know, like, what are they doing? And thankfully, we've got a good pool of people now, too, that are buying and testing things and help us out with that as well, get other perspective of different body types. And I will say that out of all the hinging holsters, I do like theirs the best. The fact that it does hinge in one direction.
It only hinges in one direction. Yeah,
it's great. It's really cool that you can... What a cool design. Like...
It's super cool. When they came out with it, I was like, why did I not think of that?
Yeah. It's so
that's
smart.
Such a cool idea.
And they made it open source, so if we ever did want to build attachments for it, we could. You know? Again, we did test and look at hinging on our holster, and I don't think we'll ever build a hinging holster.
No.
I don't think
it's going to be called the Phantom Flex. We're just going to put that out there, dude, just because why not? But it's never going to come out, so.
Yep.
For all the people that keep coming in and asking if that's ever going to come out, it's not, because... We found that our holster just performs so much better without that feature.
It wasn't more comfortable. It was the print. It just printed worse.
Yeah.
And we had reliability issues. It started to introduce more failure points.
Yep.
So, but the Sidecar is a really good holster. The other huge benefit is you're going to get it fast. They've got a big company. They're running a ton of machines.
Pretty much all these companies I have in here, you're going to get it fast.
So
that's the benefit.
Yeah.
Tier 1 concealment, gonna get it pretty fast. Not as fast as TRX Arms. TRX Arms, I think, has everyone beat right now as far as speed. They are just cranking them out. But they make a good holster. Standard Co. USA, they make a good holster as well. A little limited on the amount that they do, but I really like it.
I love how slim it is.
Yeah, they look good.
It's so thin and so simple.
Yeah.
If I didn't own this company and we hadn't designed the Phantom and made it as good as it is, I'd probably run a Standard Co.
Yeah, they're kind of cool.
Yeah.
The TXC holsters are pretty solid for IWB. The Filsters holsters are cool because a lot of those are like only based off the light, so you're going to be able to run multiple gun platforms in them, which is a cool idea.
Which for this role might make some sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's super simple. I actually have always really liked... I don't know why aesthetically they're so utilitarian looking.
They just look like a balloon, dude.
They look kind of cool. I kind of like
them. I like them though. Safariland actually with the new Incog. Apparently that's all the rage.
Incog X.
Yeah, so I mean, if Safariland and Haley Strategic are putting their name on it, it's probably going to be all right. So that's one of the ones I haven't really messed with.
Yeah, I mean, it's only been out for a little bit,
but I'm sure it's fine. And then G-Code makes pretty good IWB holsters as well.
Yeah.
There's tons more that I could throw on there, but I'm not going to.
I mean,
it's a whole rabbit hole of holsters. Like, if you already have one and it works good for you, I'm not telling you come buy ours. Just freaking rock with what you got.
Yeah. We just want to throw it out there for people that are trying to find holsters, and there's a whole litany of holsters out there. And if you want to give us a shot, then two things. One, use Minutemen on checkout and you're going to get 15% off. That's kind of sick. Two, we guarantee you that we'll back it up. You're going to have our support in that product. Three, please be patient because it is going to take a long time.
Yeah.
we have our lead times posted. So if you go to order a holster, just read through that and make sure you understand it. That's the only thing we just have had the hardest time to fix, is the fact that, it's just because we're small. It's all still handmade. We custom make everything, but with that comes high attention to detail where everything's finely tuned to exactly work. Like it's going to work really well. And then we have a lifetime warranty. So if something is wrong or you're having some kind of problem with it, we're going to take care of you. We're not going to leave you out to dry. So,
and number 4, every one of the holsters that you'll ever order has gone in my pants at one point. Because that is one of the testing measures.
And sometimes mine as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'll be like, dude, this thing just turned out sick. You got to try it.
Yeah. And a little known fact, if you order something from us and you ask us to send you a random picture, we will. And it's going to be random, dude.
Dude.
We had a customer reach out and be like, hey, I wanted to order something. I also want a silly picture. And
sure enough,
he got one.
He received.
So
you ask and you will receive in most cases.
That's probably, I probably shouldn't have said that.
We're small enough that, who is it that messaged us and was like, oh man, you've opened the door now?
Yeah.
Someone on Instagram was like, oh, you've opened the door, now you're screwed, basically,
Yeah.
like, because we shared it, like, jokingly. But anyways, mag carriers. This is honestly, mag carriers are a little bit unique. I put in here as a note just so I brought it up. Don't get overly complicated with them. Slim, just doing the bare minimum. Like, they retain your mag and they mount up to whatever you want them to mount up to. And that's basically what you want. So, companies that do it, Dynamic Defense Solutions, obviously us, we do it.
Who's that?
The best company
I'm
ever.
just kidding.
No. Honestly, there's not much difference between like your Kydex magazines. There's a lot of the same similarities. So Dynamic Defense Solutions, T-Rex Arms, G-Code, like they, honestly, all three of those mag carriers, and there's tons more, but all three of those mag carriers actually look pretty similar in a way. They all have their own little flair, but for the most part, they have like modular mounting backings. Actually, G-Code probably only works for G-Code, but like us and T-Rex Arms, they're going to work for, I think, a couple different types of mounting situations. So ours for sure does. I don't T-Rex Arms I think does too, but Haley Strategic makes great non-Kydex, so fabric mag carriers, and you can speak to this a whole lot more because you actually are currently running them on your belt. But the Haley Strategic mag carriers, so
they're good.
They're sick.
Honestly, any product I've been so impressed with, like the soft goods stuff that comes out of Haley Strategic. We say it all the time. They've got magical seamstresses working for them. Their crew that's developing their soft goods and also manufacturing their soft goods, is their attention to detail and their quality is just astounding. It's crazy. And I'm someone that does a lot of sewing. Like I do all the soft goods stuff for our company pretty much. So I can appreciate the craftsmanship. It's very well made stuff. And it makes you realize how many little things slip by, and even some big other soft goods companies that focus way more on it than Haley Strategic does.
Yeah.
It's not like people are being crappy, but it's just, they're that good. Like it's just, their stuff is just really well made, and they use a lot of high end materials that are nice.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and on the fabric game, I mean, there's tons of companies. I'm pretty sure G-Code even makes fabric style holsters. There's a ton of people that, or for mag carriers, there's a ton of people that do that. So, like I said, as long as it retains your mag, it mounts to where you want it to mount to, and it's functional, or it's slimmer and doesn't take up a ton of space, I think it's going to be a good option, basically. So, yeah, that is I think that's this episode, man. I think we made it to the end finally, and we're giving our last episode a run for its money right now.
Are we really?
Oh yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, I think we surpassed it, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, if you've made it this far with us, congratulations. That's it.
Yeah.
It's not going to be the new norm. We've just had some very chunky topics, and actually we had a lot of people reach out and be like, I really enjoy this long, detail-oriented episodes. Like, really? Man, we thought we were going to lose people, and maybe we are. It's not like we've had everybody reach out, but yeah, no, we kind of look at it like, I'd rather have a super long episode that we kind of feel like we got to cover pretty much everything, rather than break it up and run the risk of like people not hearing it all, because you can always just pause it and continue on some other day.
Yeah.
You know, or it's also this isn't quite long enough to split up. Actually, you could probably easily split this up, but it's harder on us because we're thinking about this, we're on this. To split something up, we end up like going about our business and doing things around here and doing training and stuff, and then it's like, oh, where were we at? And we almost have to like re-listen to the
episode,
kind of see where the vibes were. But so yeah, I just want to throw that out there. It's not like we've had a string of super long episodes, and I don't think, at least, I don't know,
the gear episodes, dude.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna all be 4 hours long.
No.
But anyways, so yeah, that's pretty much it. I think again, just to reiterate, what's the whole point of this thing? It's a duty, purpose, and start to really think about it like service focused. It's a service pistol.
Yeah.
It's a day in, day out. find something that you truly trust, that's reliable, consistent, that'll stand the test of time, be able to serve you for years and years and years to come. And then all of your components that you're mounting to it should be met with the same scrutiny and held to the same standard. And then you don't have to worry about it. And then that thing can serve as your daily carry, and then it can also double as a belt-worn backup system for your kitted out mode, know, for the modern Minuteman layout.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty much all I got. I mean, hopefully you guys enjoyed it. It's a big chunky one. Again, if you want to reach out to us, minutemen.initiative@gmail.com. If you want to peruse our website, it's a great way to support us. We're adding more and more things. We're trying to really add a lot more items than what we have. I'm going to be working on that here shortly, getting some more stuff up there. We've got a lot more stuff we're testing and posting that we're willing to sell. But yeah, if you use the discount code Minutemen, you'll get a discount for being a listener. It's kind of a way to say thanks, and like I said, it's a good way to support us and keep us doing what we're doing. Lots of future content coming. We are finally to a point. I know I've said this in past episodes, like, oh, look for content around this. It's like we're finally getting to a point financially, and then also with our time, we're trying to figure out, that's been the hardest part, is our time, like trying to manage our time, because we obviously still want to keep getting holsters out to customers. That's a huge priority. That's actually our top priority. And then also training, like training takes an immediate second place to that. Like we really value training our local community. And we're going to probably prioritize that over elsewhere, but getting more educational content out there via our blog on our website. But more importantly, we're going to be pushing into the YouTube world pretty heavily. For those of you that have found it, we do have an Instagram. Nothing's on it yet still. Just hang in there, but we're going to be having a lot more podcast focused content, and then also more like video kind of content. So I think a lot of our informative graphs, and if you follow us on Instagram on Dynamic Defense Solutions, you'll know that we do a lot of like very graphic style, like multi-slide educational kind of material. We're going to continue that. We're going to use that page for that. And then we're going to probably do a lot more video, like reels, video focused kind of content, and more podcast oriented content on our other page. It's also going to kind of serve as an unofficial backup page, I think, just in case, because the reality is the old DDS page has been flagged and smacked around a couple times, and we've almost lost it a couple times. So it's just the game we play on social media. But then the YouTube thing is we're probably just going to do one big YouTube. And we're not sure what that's going to look like yet. We do have a YouTube, but it's not active at all. We haven't done anything on it. We have very out-of-date videos on it and stuff like that are more for our courses. They're not really there for YouTube. I mean, they are there, but they're very academic and very official and kind of scripted because they're for our courses that we offer, our pre-hospital trauma courses. But
yep.
So anyways, more to come. We're excited about it. Stay tuned on that. A lot of the topics we go over in the podcast will be coming up here shortly on there. But yeah, we're already super long. So
let's wrap it up.
What do you got? Anything else?
Nope, that's it, man.
All right. Hit that music.